bum 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 bum. All right. You guys can't hear anyone else yet, but you can hear my voice. I just gotta switch over to this other scene. Okay, there we go. Now you can. Oh!
Delete us.
Wow, Neko! Just throw me first off the bat.
Yeah.
I see how it is. Hello, hello. Welcome, all you beans. Just throwing me right off the bat. Just no hold back. But hello everybody. Welcome on into PANtastic 2 Electric Boogaloo. We have some wonderful people with us, and I was apparently just making that. Okay, I will hydrate and I will stretch, and you will also all hydrate and stretch.
Any hydration?
Yeah.
I did hydrate.
Come on,
I will
Bear.
now stretch.
Come on, Bear. You didn't think you were gonna be in
I'll
this.
have some more of my warm
and
beer
not-
that I forgot to put in the fridge.
Bear, you didn't think you were gonna be in this event and not have to self-care, did you?
Oh, maybe just a little.
I know. How fucking dare I? But yeah, I was just making Madam here blush apparently, because part of the inspiration and push to be like, you know what, I can do this, was Madam, who also does sort of like a talk show podcast like thing sometimes on her streams. All right, let me jump over here to the game cabinet. Woo! There we go. PANtastic 2 Electric Boogaloo. Let me just turn down the music a little bit on my end and adjust it on stream.
It's a PowerPoint party. It's a really by PowerPoint party.
Yeah. I mean, us queers, we do love our PowerPoints, don't we? We do love our, I mean, come on, let's be real. The queer community, particularly, well, first of all, you know, the bisexual community statistically makes up the largest portion of the LGBT. And a lot of us queer people are absolutely autistic and neurodivergent as fuck. So we love our PowerPoints and our spreadsheets, okay?
Okay, so one question as well for all the bi people out there.
Mm-hmm.
How are you sitting at the moment?
For once, I am sitting normally.
I'm sitting pretty comfortably at the moment.
I think they're asking,
what
are
way?
you? I think the question, Madam, is, are you sitting bisexually right now?
Oh, this chair's not made for that. No.
Yeah. I'm in my desk chair, so that's the only reason. But I do actually. You know what? I forgot. I actually can't sit bisexual in this one. So I'm doing the one where it's the one leg is normal and the other one I have up on my chair, and my one thigh is on top of the foot of my other foot. So like,
Enlighten me. How does one sit bisexually?
okay, so bisexual sitting jokes are referring to the fact that we don't sit normally in a chair. So it could be things like, so a couple of the big ones. Hello, welcome on in. Followers are anonymous here. Feel free to chat with us and join us. Wait, why did the sea monster eat 5 ships that were carrying potatoes? No one can eat just one potato ship. Oh my god, I love that. That's hilarious.
Wait.
Okay. Just give me one moment. That's been copied and pasted to my girlfriend.
Yep. Because okay, so the joke about sitting bisexually refers to not sitting typical in a chair. So a couple of the big ones are going to be either one, sitting like I am, where it's going to be like like my left leg is sitting as if I'm sitting like crisscross applesauce, but the other leg is laid out normally. So that's one way. So that's one way. Another one is doing the thing where you're okay. So like, if you're sitting down on your knees, and then you kind of sweep your legs to the side, like almost like a side saddle. That's another common like sitting bisexually.
Rarely, but I do it.
I'm very lucky that my chair lets me do that.
Yeah. So, also, I love the fact that somebody came in with a pun joke, because if there's anything us bisexuals love, it's more than, if there's something that us bisexuals all love, it's generally puns.
It
Absolutely.
it is true. I do love puns. Yeah.
So, today's episode, if you guys weren't here last week, or if you're new, my name is the Rainbow Goblin Thempress. I am a chaotic variety streamer. I promote a very queer space, a very inclusive space. So, my space is very queer. It's also very poly. It's very neurodivergent as well, in particular. And just to be clear, that and trans inclusive as well. Just to be clear, that also extends to everything else. So please do not be an ableist. Be not racist. Be not ableist. Be not any other shittery.
Hey, Chad. Simply just don't be an asshole here.
Oh, okay, so
Stop it.
so I don't remember. I don't know if Gil remembers this. I don't remember if I was doing this as much when I first met Gil. So a common thing I like to say is, you are allowed to have a dick. You are allowed to want a dick. You are allowed to take dick, give dick, swallow a dick. It's fine. Just don't be a dick.
Just
Don't
don't
make
I-
just don't make the dick your personality.
Just don't morph into the dick, okay?
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah. I swear half my FetLife messages are written by penises.
yes. So part of why, so last week we talked about like trans and non-binary identities, and the point of these talks for me was to not only, to celebrate and create another space and another visibility of queer people, but also, in particular, the three queer identities that we're focusing on for this series are ones that, amongst a lot of our, like, because I wouldn't say like the most, because there's so many queer identities out there, but a lot of the big umbrella terms, these three are the ones that have that tend to have a very constant and unspoken, and often dismissed difficulties, including from within the queer community themselves. So, like, obviously, there is a lot of discourse where there are people that are queer supportive but don't support trans people, which is why we did the trans, as well as discourse between trans and non-binary people, that idea of like, you're not trans enough and all that nonsense. So we talked on trans non-binary last weekend. And today I wanted to do bisexual, pansexual, because if you're not aware, there's a lot of discourse between pansexual and bisexual communities between themselves, as well as not being accepted and validated in queer spaces at large. Because
I just want to point
yeah.
out, I'm looking at my walls and I forgot that, like, behind my entire setup, I have my bi flag in front of behind it.
I do have two
Constantly
bi
looking
flags.
at it.
I have two bi flags in my house, mostly because us bisexuals, we also love a good deal. So it was actually cheaper. The listing I found on Amazon was actually cheaper to get a set of flags than it was to get a single one. So I was like, why not? So there
I
are
have
like
a Progress
tapestries in my
Pride-
house.
I have a Progress Pride flag and a leather flag. Well, so I can't need to find the leather flag. I put it somewhere and I can't find it.
Yes. So this one, while we are mainly focusing on bi-pan, which is what most of us here I generally identify or fall under, this is also meant to be inclusive of all multi-sexuals, which is basically anybody that's attracted in some way to more than one gender. Which is why I have it up here where it says multi-romantic and multi-sexuals as well. So let me go ahead and grab my screen because I have this all set up so nicely.
Next
Okay.
slide, please.
Yes.
Sorry.
So as I did with the last stream, I'm going to read out our disclaimer. The people involved in this event are sharing their own personal experiences, identities, and thoughts on the queer experience. Some experiences may overlap or be different than others, and that is okay. We are not here to gatekeep or trample on other people's experiences or chosen labels or definitions. That being
Well,
said,
we can
yes.
transfer on people. We can transfer people if they consent to it, though.
That's fair. And to start off our talk, gay. Oh, hold on. Who's calling me? No, Mom, I'm busy. Go away. Goddamn bitch! I called you like an hour ago. Bitch, I called you an hour ago. I'll call you later. Anyway, gay and straight are not the only options. Gay and straight are not the only options. Say it with me. Gay and straight are not the only options.
Wait,
Which
we're
is
supposed to say it with
This is
you?
a reminder that being gay and being straight are not the only options. In fact,
Yes.
being straight may be considered quite boring.
I will say this. That just remember though, I always emphasize this anytime I mention straight, especially because of like a lot of our queer jokes about like, ew, straight. I could never. You can be straight and be LGBT. You can be straight and still be LGBT. You could be
I'm pretty
arrow.
sure
You could be ace,
we're
among
gonna
other
talk
things.
about that.
Yes, we will go into that more later. So, first, let's go ahead and do our names and pronouns. So, I introduced myself. I will say it again. I am Thempress. I am the Rainbow Goblin Thempress. People call me Thempy or Gobo or Goobo. And I use they, them pronouns. And then we can go ahead and just start from the left and go forward. So, Madam, if you'd like to start.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Madam Universe. I go by she, her, and they, them.
Okay. Gilly.
Well, I am Chaos Professor Gil. I primarily use he, him, although I don't particularly care. Just don't call me late for dinner.
Okay.
Gail, you're late for dinner.
Damn it. What did I just say?
It was meatloaf night, too.
All right.
Anyway.
Neko.
Hi, I'm Neko Diva, also known as Neko or Neko Sama. I am the person who's talking right now. My pronouns are she and her.
All right.
And yeah, and hello.
And our lovely bear.
Hi, I'm Ursa. People always also call me Witchy. I go by she, her.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. And just remember that there is no shame if you cannot remember our pronouns. You are absolutely welcome to ask. Yes, that is what I'm actually about to do. I'm actually writing that right now because I did that last time. You use she they, right, Madam? Was what I heard. Okay.
Yeah, both she, her, and they, them.
And then
yes.
Gil. He,
And apparently
him,
Discord is
slash
super
doesn't
quiet.
care. Oh, Discord is really quiet. Okay, let me turn that up. Okay. And then we can adjust that as we go. And then he slash him slash doesn't care. Neko. She, her. And Ursa, did you also say she, her, or she, they?
She, her.
That's what I thought. Okay. Okay. They slash them. Okay. And then I can take that, and then I can pin it. There we go. All right. All right. So,
Wait, is everyone here a Twitch streamer?
Gil is technically
no.
not yet.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was worth doing self-promotion at this point.
Yes,
so
which,
that's why I kept
which
going.
reminds me, when you have a chance, like whenever you're not speaking, Gil, if you would be able to, would you be able to go ahead and give shout outs for everyone?
Yeah, the slash.
You are also
or
my
the...
mod. Okay, so the first question is, and I know that this is a really big question from both people actually think this, but then there's also people that legitimately don't know. So the first topic is what's up?
Before you
Yes.
did you want to do the slash shout out or just the exclamation point?
Go ahead. If you want to do both, go for it. I know the slash one has bigger cooldowns. So go for it. Maybe you do this. Maybe do the exclamation points now, and then like periodically, maybe do them during when people are talking, and then that way you give time for cooldowns. So the first idea, the first question that a lot of people are probably curious to hear the answers to is bisexuality transphobic? No.
Elf.
Being,
No.
I mean, are there bisexuals that are transphobic? That could very well be
Yes.
that could very well be a thing. There is going to be shitty people in every walk of life. But if is bisexuality inherently transphobic? No. No. First of all, hello. Welcome to me and Madam here are both bisexual, and we are both trans people. And then,
Yeah.
most of us here, several of us here, are also trans. I think the idea of transphobia with bisexual comes from the idea that people read it, which is really strange since we get this from neurotypicals, where we're the ones who take it literally. But the idea that they're hearing, when they hear bisexual, a lot of people say that it's because, oh, it means two, as in only two genders. But in fact, bisexual is based on the idea of not two genders. It is based on the idea of both heterosexual and homosexual. So liking one's own gender and liking other genders. So it's not restricted to two. It's just saying two or more is what. And I think that's partly where a lot of the confusion comes from. And
Yeah, because
yeah.
I was going to say there is a lot of bi people are very inclusive. There are some who sort of I think initially railed against Pan because they thought it was reducing bi to being like two, and Pan with Pan for all. But I think generally that overlap seems to have sorted itself out now, and yes, but all the bi people I know are very inclusive.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it, and also to be fair, just to be clear, queer identities have always been around. And you hear people being like, "Oh, that's so new aged or so like extra." But the thing is, the experiences are not new. The words may be new.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I feel like bisexual, and the term bisexual has been around for a long time. A good friend of mine who I was actually just out with this morning, has been out as bisexual since the 70s. And I think that part of the idea of it being transphobic also comes from the fact that while we have always existed, that the issue of like inclusion and visibility for trans people is relatively new in the grand scheme of things. And so I feel like people are that's another reason why people think that being bisexual is inherently implying transphobia.
I feel like the other thing too is it's kind of like originally they thought everybody was right-handed because they used to punish left-handed people, and now that it's more like we don't punish people for this anymore, there's a little bit more ability to fall in either category.
Yes.
I'm one of these that was punished for being left-handed.
Yes. I agree. The idea of other things that have come up as well that is another issue where it may not be related to bisexual, but it's the idea of that there's more than one option. Like being right-handed is not the only thing, and acknowledge part of that journey is in other areas of life realizing that there are more than one choice, and realizing that multiple things can coexist together. And I think that was also a big part of like embracing bisexuality.
It's funny you say that because I grew up with like my stepdad who is clearly left-handed, so I knew that left-handed people existed. But I think it's also like the issue of like I think the internet and like social media also plays into the effect of like people learning more about bisexuality and trans and people being trans, because back in the day it was just so I want to put this. People didn't connect as easily as they are now
We didn't
because of
talk
the
about it.
internet. Yeah, they weren't. It wasn't talked about it,
Oh yeah,
especially
yeah,
in
yeah.
especially in
Access.
areas and states. Yeah, there wasn't
Yeah.
much access to learn and know about something you don't see every day. Like, I'm pretty sure there's some people in Central America, like the heartlands of America, that legit don't know a single fucking thing
Yes.
about being bi or being trans because they don't see that every day. They don't really actively look for it every day. That doesn't mean that they're like trans or biphobic. They just don't know.
Okay,
And
so
Yes.
back in the
Yes. I
back in the
agree.
day, they couldn't learn about it, but since they have the internet, they have the ability to learn more and get
Yes.
introduced to it
Yes.
more.
yeah,
Access
Yeah.
I
of information, because there is a,
yeah,
I feel that there is a very big difference between that there's multiple kinds of ignorance. There is an ignorance in there's a type of ignorance that is, you are ignorant because you have literally never been exposed to it. Like, especially for, like, I've known people who like, for example, I know several people who have been raised Mormon, for example, and have been raised in pretty much like religious cults, and having and then knowing that feeling, but then not knowing what it is, having no words or language for it to put it into perspective, because those words weren't available.
Or if you did find the words, you got punished for using them, or were then
Yes.
told that it wasn't something that you should be looking into.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. So different
So
kinds of accessibility, I agree,
so
is
sorry.
a big part of combating. Also, I feel like a little bit of it is also because, and and I love it. Don't get me wrong, but I know that some of like buy puns and merchandise also sometimes imply a little bit that we do think of it as only two. Like, for example, the iconic line of both is good, which obviously, that rose up partly because of like El Dorado,
Yeah.
but that
Great
could
movie, by the
also,
way. Great movie.
yes, and I feel like that could also potentially be like, especially if someone hasn't really experienced it and is looking in and they're like, they see like those phrases, I could see how that could also unintentionally mislead people into the true understanding of what bisexuality means. And so where is it?
Yeah, because something I was going to raise is I grew up in the UK, and under Section 28, and Section 28 here prohibited education on LGBTQ matters
Mm-hmm.
at all, and
Yes.
this was in fact until 2004. Now I finished
Yes.
school in 2003, so I had nothing like that at school growing up.
Yes. So it's funny. I was just talking to someone this morning because I went out for like a little. One of the things that my bi organization does is that they have a lot of community activities, and one of them is that sometimes we go on like these sort of like quote unquote hikes. And we went to one where we were like walking around the path in the lagoon at a nearby park, and it was a very interesting thought. So one of the people that were there, that was probably in my age rank, like 30s to 40s, and the other girl who was with us was one of our older members. Like, she I believe her sign at a protest said, "I've been out and proud since 1975."
Wow.
And so,
Oh.
and they were asking, they're like, they were asking a question about that they had been watching like an old 70s show called Maud, if anybody is familiar. And they
Hmm.
were having a question about something about, was it a thing when you were young that you learned about Rosa Parks? And we were talking about how probably not, because of the time period it was in, that was something that just wasn't mainstream taught and accessible yet. And so thinking about it in context for just queerness in general, there have been laws that have been in place at different points and different places in the world that have in some way uh, restricted or even penalized queer. There have also been a history of like how how cinema handled queer identifications as well, and representation not being there. And as far
Yeah.
as, yes, and just to be clear, it has not showed up on here yet, but just to be clear, when I say bi, it will be bi plus. So bi is a general umbrella, which we will have a visual for that shortly. But this little thing I wanted to show, if you're not familiar, it is called the Bisexual Manifesto, and it was published in 1990. And because it's a little bit small on some people's screens, I will read it out. It says, "We are tired of being analyzed, defined, and represented by people other than ourselves, or worse yet, not considered at all. We are frustrated by the imposed isolation and invisibility that comes from being told or expected to choose either a homosexual or heterosexual identity. Monosexuality is a heterosexist dictate used to oppress homosexuals and to negate the validity of bisexuality. Bisexuality is a whole fluid identity. Do not assume that bisexual is binary or I can never say that word. In nature, that we have two sides or that we must be involved simultaneously with both genders to be fulfilled human beings. In fact, don't assume that there are only two genders. Do not mistake our fluidity for confusion, irresponsibility, or an inability to commit. Do not equate promiscuity, infidelity, or unsafe sexual behavior with bisexuality. Those are human traits that cross all sexual orientations. Nothing should be assumed with anyone's sexuality, including your own. We are angered by those who refuse to accept our existence, our issues, our contributions, our alliances, our voices. It is time for the bisexual voice to be heard." And that was published in a magazine in 1990. If you're ever curious in looking it up, literally you can find it all over the internet. You literally just Google bisexual manifesto and it will come up.
I love the fact the magazine's called Anything That Moves.
What's up?
The magazine's called
magazine.
Anything
Oh yes,
That Moves.
Anything That Moves magazine. I am curious to look into that more. Also, I did see that joke dimension. I absolutely love that. What do you call a snake that's exactly 3.14 meters? A python.
Har.
Please give me more dad jokes and puns. They are the best.
Okay. So,
yeah.
no,
Go
actually,
ahead.
no, actually, no, that one's too cruel.
So, we're gonna go ahead and go down the line. If anybody would like to give isolated answers, and then we can discuss as well. So the question is, did you ever identify as gay? And if so, did you have another coming out? And if not, were you accepted as not being gay? Madam, if you would like to start.
Thinking about it, yeah, high school. Like, senior year of high school. I first identified as being gay, and I told one of my friends like, "Hey, I'm gay," and it was senior year of high school. So yeah, and and because of that, I got my first kiss from a guy in high school, in
Oh,
like the
cute.
bathroom stall. So
I love that
yeah,
for you.
That's so cute.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's adorable.
So technically, I had, counting the gay one, I had three coming out ones. Then after high school, I came out as trans fully. Came out as trans fully after high school, and by proxy, I come out as trans after high school around when I was like 19. I came out as trans at 19 because said I fully want to be dressed as a girl from now on,
Okay.
and I learned that yeah I still like women, so yeah, that's when I identified as being bi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gil.
I kind of tossed the idea around in my head, but I don't ever think it fully stuck.
For like as
Uh,
identifying as gay.
yeah.
Mm. Hi, Pink. Welcome on in.
Well,
Um,
Squid.
I was gonna say, I feel like you seem like the kind of person that would just be like that wouldn't really have a formal coming out, kind of like, yeah, I guess this is a thing.
yeah, that's more or less how it happened internally.
Yeah. um, okay, and then Neko.
Okay, so I don't think I ever did have an identification as gay as such. But again, bear in mind I grew up in an environment that was quite hostile to such things. Although I do remember having in quite a bit of a crushes on Brian Molko and Jazzman back in the 90s. But yes, guys in skirts were a thing that were rather hot, especially with eyeliner as well. Brian Molko, shame he's a bit of an arse. And yeah, so I kind of found myself playing with gender a bit when I kind of started to enter my early 20s. And that's kind of when I started identifying as pan.
Okay.
And I kind of went through a few things, and I would try to say probably initially it was kind of panromantic. So I was sort of start out being mostly asexual because I was quite uncomfortable with sex for a few reasons, which yes, we think we may have found out the reason for that back then, since, and yeah, so sort of I just kind of grew, and then when it eventually came out as trans, which kind of it developed to the point where basically it hit the point where I was like, yeah, I'm like full-time social girl, and then my big gay bear boss was just like, hey, you should come into work, girl.
Hey, I'm
And
sorry to interrupt you, but what the description of your boss again?
a big gay bear.
Okay, I want to make sure I heard that again. Carry on, carry on. I love it.
He was very he is a big he is literally a big gay bear. Um, yeah, the kind that proves its grinder, and also um, well, pictures of him in his underwear end up being posted on a Hot Young Bear Cubs and Otters group on Facebook that tagged him into. We all got to see this.
Oh my god.
So yeah, my work back then, I was working in a call center full of like really neurospicy people because normal people couldn't hack it, and yeah, it was pretty much immediately just like accepted as I had misgendering for a bit, but not deliberate, and even the ones that they were kind of like thinking would be problematic were just like, oh, that's fine, Sadie, it's Sadie. Um, Hi, Sadie, it's me. And yeah, it kind of grew from there until like 10 years ago. I went full time, and then as things evolved a bit more and hormones and bottom happened, yeah, I'm very much bi slash pan
I love that for you.
and poly and kinky and yeah,
All those wonderful, yummy flavors.
yeah,
Ursa.
and yeah, and,
Ursa.
and I was on the Kings team for a while before as well, so that was kind of because. This is something that probably comes up in the ace chatter. Is yeah, you don't have to be sexual to be kinky.
Agreed. Agreed.
A lot of the horniest people in the queer community are a bunch of ace people.
Hi. Hi. Nice to meet you. Ursa.
So I wasn't allowed to have a coming out.
Oh.
I was in a really tiny town when I discovered that I was gay,
Okay.
and it was actually like one of those things where you were not allowed to have like pride flags or anything. You weren't allowed
Oh.
to have any of that stuff. So I was not allowed to have a coming out when I figured out that I was pan at 16. And I was
Wow.
very much not accepted for it. And it was to the point where like I would be Like, I was out at 18 going to work, and I would have people come up to me, like, throwing holy water at me or giving me pamphlets or...
Oh God.
Oh my god.
So where I'm from, it is very much not accepted to be gay at all. And so, like, it was not something that I could, like, come out as, so I
Yeah.
never had a coming out.
Oh my goodness. Well, you know what?
That's
Can I just say? Can I just say? Despite that, and the fact that you were still out, you are a bad bitch. Do you know that?
yeah.
Like, goddamn. That's some girl boss behavior. Damn.
That is some courage and tenacity. I'm very impressed by you.
Yeah.
So, it's been one of those, like, formative experiences for me of, like, not having a voice, not being able to say, like, this is what I was and this is who I was. And now I work with like LGBTQ people every single day because I work as a hairstylist IRL in an LGBTQ, like, gender affirming salon.
I
And
love that.
it's absolutely amazing, and it's so nice to be able to see myself and other people who had, like, never had the words or never had the experiences for that, and be able to explain, like, no, it really is okay, like, they're just jerks, they don't really understand, and, like, give them safe ways to express themselves without, like, having to deal with some of the shit that I went through.
Oh, that is one of the best parts of being, um, particularly, because I believe, madam, I believe are you in your 20s? I think you're still in your 20s.
Yeah,
Yeah.
late 20s. I'm
Yeah.
26.
And I feel like that's one of the great feelings of being um, like I would definitely say me and Neko in particular as like elder queers, and that feeling of seeing younger people coming out and just starting their queer journey, and it can be such a beautiful thing to see of helping our younger queers, find the language, find the words, introducing them to like our history, both subvert and public history, and it can be such a lovely thing. So for myself, I did initially identify as, I'm not sure what I identified honestly. I think that when I first realized I was queer, because looking back, holy goddamn, there were signs. I think looking back, there were signs as early as like 7th and 8th grade that I did not pick up on. And I think when I first realized I was queer, I think I did actually think I was bisexual first. And it was because the first big, like, oh wow, there's something here, is when my very first partner, when I realized that we were both checking out the same girl. That was the first clue. I did later retract myself into identifying as a lesbian, but I think that was partly because of understanding what role sexuality plays in relationships. So like I think I identified as because when I first came out as bisexual, when I first realized I was bisexual, I and there's could be tons of reasons, but I did not experience a sex drive early on. And so when I did have any kind of like hormones finally hitting me, I realized that I was like, okay, I'm only sexually attracted to girls, so that must mean I'm a lesbian. And not understanding that asexuality was a thing, or that, what relationship structures were. So like my brain said, okay, well, if you're not sexually attracted or involved, then that's just a friendship. That's not a relationship. And obviously I've unpacked and discovered a lot of things about that. And then once I came out as ace, once I realized I was asexual, and then at some point I started realizing how diverse the asexual spectrum was, and that romantic attraction and QPP is absolutely a thing. And that's when I realized, okay, yeah, I am bisexual. as far as, I don't know if I really clearly came out as bisexual. But yeah, I was bisexual, came out as lesbian, and then came out as bisexual again. Thankfully, at the point in my life when I realized I was bisexual, I was surrounded by bisexuals, so it's fine. Welcome on in, Bumble.
Hi, ahoy hoy.
Yeah. If you'd like to give your name and pronouns, and then if you would like, the question we're talking about right now is, did you ever identify as gay? And if so, did you have another coming out? And have you been accepted as not being gay, as in being, having some sort of multi-sexual or multi-romantic attraction?
So my name's Bumblebane, or Bumblebutt, whatever you prefer. Pronouns are she, her, they, really any. I'm not picky. I don't think that I have ever identified as gay. I've never had a relationship with another girl. I've obviously done like the whole experimenting thing, but it didn't go past like just kissing and like holding hands and stuff. I've never done anything like far too sexual. But I would say that I would probably be bi-curious. I just haven't like met a female, I guess, that made me feel romantic feelings, I suppose.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I'm like outright not attracted to ladies. I appreciate the female form in any form. I'm a looker. I'm kind of a creep. I like to look at like everybody, whether any gender, whatever pronouns. I just like to admire people. But I won't lie, I definitely do admire the female body a little bit more, or female presenting a little bit more. There's just something about the feminine that I really, really like, even though I'm strongly attracted to men. I've only ever dated men, been with men, but I would say women definitely pique my interest for sure. So I don't know if I've ever come out as gay. I don't think I've ever had like a coming out. I know a few years ago, I was in a community where a lot of people did know their sexuality and they were very open and vocal about it. And that caused me a lot of anxiety, to be honest. And it made me overthink my own sexuality. Um, and it made me like really question who I was and who I am as a person. And I was like, if I know so many people and I'm friends with so many people who are bi, does that mean I could also be bi, or like females, or not even be straight? Like, just what if I'm denying myself this thing? And it gave me a lot of anxiety, and I was actually a very anxious person for really a handful of months, until I talked to my one friend, and he kind of like helped calm me down. And this is kind of where I like to sit, is where sexuality is very fluid, and it's okay not to have a label on it, and it's okay not to know who you're attracted to or what you're attracted to, or even like tell people. Like, you don't have to tell anybody. No one has to know. If people knowing your sexuality or like what you present as gives you confidence and gives you like the capability to do more, then that's good for you. But if trying to figure that out, like me, gives you a whole lot of anxiety, you don't have to put a label on it, and you don't have to tell anybody, because as the same time as it's your take to like tell whoever you want whatever your personal information, it's also your take not to tell anybody your personal information. And I think that was like something that I wasn't necessarily told by anyone. So
Yeah.
it gave me a lot of anxiety. And I think that's really important for people to know, is like, it's okay not to know. And it's okay
It's
not to have a
definitely.
label.
Oh, absolutely. And we'll see the flag in a little bit, but one of the labels that it's not inherently multisexual, but there are a lot of people that are multisexual that may fall under this label. That there is some people don't know that there actually is a queer flag, and
Yes.
queer can mean so many different things. And one of the things that it can kind of represent is exactly that feeling of because I like to think of like gender and sexual labels in the same way as I think of like modesty. Some people are
I like that.
some people are super empowered by revealing themselves and their bodies and feeling strong for it. But then there are some people that actually feel the same way, but it's the opposite, that they feel empowered by keeping it hidden. And both are different, but they are absolutely valid. So some people feel more connected to themselves by having a more specific identified label for their experience. But there are some people that feel more empowered or feel constrained by a label. And that is okay. Those are both super valid. Hello, thank you for the follow. Follows are anonymous. Feel free to chat and join us. But yeah, those are both valid experiences. And also, just as another validity, that and it's a common issue for us bisexuals and pansexuals, or any of us multi-sexual people. But you do not have to have been in a relationship with someone to know your identity. A big thing for the bi community is that your partner does not define you. So if you are a woman and you're dating a man, guess what? You're still bisexual. If you are a woman dating a woman, guess what? You're still bisexual. If you've never dated one or the other, guess what? You can still be bisexual. And your status and your partnership and your relationship does not have to define you, and it is not required to give you like this sense, like you don't need this kind of, I'd like to say, like permission to be bisexual. So yeah, no, your relationship does not define your relationship and your experience aren't required to fall under like a spectrum. And I know that unfortunately that is a really common thing that a lot of us bi people have, is where people will just, oh, you're a woman and you're dating a man, well, you're straight now. No, that is not the case. That is not the case. I can still be myself.
That's not how it works.
Yeah,
not how it works.
Still be myself. I can still be. I'm still bisexual.
It's kind of like you have to remember that stuff when you go to a pride rally too, that some of the people you're seeing are still going to be bi, even if they have a masculine or femme presenting partner that is opposite to the presentation.
Yes, there is a huge discourse with people, and we will get into that a little further a little shortly, but yes, never assume that by someone's look or their partner that whether they belong or don't belong at pride. What the fuck do you know?
Yeah.
And the next one is, can you think of a time when you may have had bi plus phobia, maybe indirectly, or maybe you didn't even realize it at the time? I know for me, a really big one is that I absolutely had a biphobia when I still identified as a lesbian. And I think part of it is, and this is a common like stereotype of bisexuals, particularly for women or femme-presenting people, that you're only bisexual until you meet the right man, or it's just for fun, or this idea where it's just fun, and then I'll go back to like straight passing privilege. And there was a time when several people that I tried to go out with or dated or met were bisexual while I was lesbian, and they ended not great, and then each got progressively worse. And I think that was a big part of like me kind of having this internalized idea of like, ew, I do not want to be with bisexuals, as well as the idea that I noticed that several in a row, that anytime that after we stopped trying to date, the first person I would see them with afterwards would be a male or a male presenting person, which unfortunately is a issue for bisexuals, is that sadly for both men and women. So that was part of my internalized biphobia, and I think it was more just me not, like I said earlier, not really understanding or having a deep sense of more wider perspective on like what a relationship could be, And I think that just came from the fact that I did not realize I was asexual at the time. And if you don't understand yourself or love yourself to a degree, because, you know, who the fuck ever knows themselves? But if you don't have some sense of understanding and love for yourself, a relationship most likely isn't going to work. Because you have to appreciate and love yourself before you can share something with another person.
Also,
has always been my belief. Yes.
Fracta, if you wanted to do the introduction thing.
Oh yes. If you want to give your name and pronouns, my dear.
Wait. I know the Fae. I know the rules. I'm not supposed to do that. Hi, everybody.
Fracta, you are the Fae.
Yeah, we're goblins.
Yeah.
We're the Fae.
Yeah. So you may know me as Fractabellum. I'm a little space grovel. I'm from the future. I came back here to play video games, have a good time, and chill out with these lovely people. And I am very bi.
You're very, very bisexual, honey.
I'm quite bi. Yeah. I'm over on twitch.tv/Fractabellum or fractabellum.com, which will take you directly to my what's namer, the talkie part. Until the website eventually goes there at some point. Oh, and the most important thing is I'm making money for charity this week. And also
Yes.
I managed to be an absolute disaster today.
Disaster bisexual. Listen, disaster lesbian, chaotic bisexual, like they kind of go hand in hand together. It's fine.
Given
Yeah.
our latitude and general fact that we're on neighbouring islands, are you as hot and sticky as I am today?
Yes, probably. Definitely as hot. Ooh. I have been sick the last week and just sort of went, oh, I think I'm just good. And sleep last night was basically off the table because of the heat. So I just sort of lay down in the early morning sun and went, this will be fine. No, wait, it's so much longer than 8 hours before the thing happens. There's no way that I'll sleep through the first hour of the talk.
No, you're good, honey. You're good.
You're
honey.
fine.
Yeah, and thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me. Everyone else forgot to plug ourselves.
Yeah, I laid this out in a way.
Yeah, I
So
forgot.
I laid out
I
these
forgot.
talks in a way to be neurospicy friendly. I laid it out where there's a decent amount of people, so that if some people were late or something happened, that we still had, people. I also laid it out in a way where it jumps between people, so that if someone's running late or if somebody needs to step away for like a destim or to take care of themselves, that they can. That is another reason I laid it out this way, because us queer people are very neurospicy, or as I've discovered a new term that I absolutely love now, neurosparkly.
Sparkly. I love it.
I know.
How have
it's
you
very
never heard
cute.
Neurosparkly before?
I have not heard of this.
I adore this.
So we use Neurosparkly at the place that I work to describe any of our people who come in who either have one or more mental disabilities, etc., like all of the other acronyms, etc. But we also use it for people who might just need accommodations who aren't Neurosparkly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm convinced that everybody that there's no such thing as neurotypical people anymore. The only difference, because if you look at it, a lot of neurospiciness is found in neurotypical people. The only difference is that in some of us, it's more pronounced, and it has more of a clear impact on how we live and interact. But that'll be a whole another talk. I will have to, at some point I probably will have a neurospicy talk as well. I think that would be fun. Maybe I'll do that in April or something for Autism Month or something. That would be
Oh, that's a good idea.
I think that'd be super fun. And then I can go off on my rant that I like to call info dumping about info dumping.
Info dump on the info dump.
Yeah.
With PowerPoint.
Yeah. So, so that's my experience with like my own biphobia or such. If anybody else would like to share about their own experience with that, because God knows a lot of us bisexuals do experience internalized biphobia.
I will say for me personally, the first experience I had with any kind of like anything with that was when I first started getting into like being queer and finding those identities and stuff. It was very much like everything online especially was like one or the other, or like there wasn't really a lot of like bi or any kind of other identities. And it wasn't until I got into the community and started like performing at Renaissance fairs and like getting into like talking to people in the community that it was like, oh, this really isn't a like one or the other. There's more to it, and there's actual people involved. So I feel like finding out a lot of that to the start when you first start finding out you're queer, especially like in the situation I had where it was against the rules and very much like a punishable crime. You like going into it, you start off biphobic, and then eventually once you get towards like learning about people, learning about experiences, it like opens up the horizons and does the like magic sparkly thing, and you figure out that there's more to this than what you thought. There's actual people.
Yes, agreed. Absolutely agreed. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this one?
I think for me, it's just mostly just like what I've seen in like media and TV shows, with like, especially if it's like a bi woman, like as you said, like, oh, she's bi until like she meets the right guy, then she's just straight and shit like that, and also it kind of like uh with for me, like for personal reasons, I have experienced like a sort of like biphobia, because like I have two partners. One's a trans woman, one's a cis guy, and every time I will talk about the cis guy, I always get like the whole kind of joke like, "Oh, you're not really bi then. You're in like a straight relationship." Like, no, I'm still bi. I'm still bi. It still applies. It still
Yes.
applies.
Still by, just now annoyed.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I
And I get it. It'd just be a joke, 'cause I know that they're joking. But I so far haven't gotten like the more serious thing, like, oh, you think you're not really bi, you're just in a straight relationship, because it's to them it's either just like you're either straight or you're not. When like if you're bi, you're just bi.
yeah.
Yeah,
Fuck
the
that
only
shit.
way to be bisexual is to date somebody with a completely unrecognizable gender. Clearly.
Yes, yes.
Somebody who's
I
entire
strive. I
shapeshifter
strive.
dating.
I strive to be the
Yeah,
type of non-binary
you
that if
said
you're
that one of my
attracted to
first
me, that means
partners
you're
was a
gay.
gender fluid person. That was fun.
That is my goal. I strive to be the kind of non-binary that it doesn't matter if you're attracted to me, you're queer.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't
Date the
matter.
humanoid gender fluid.
I just date an Eldritch
Mm.
Horror.
Uh, um,
Smoochers.
so, and then now that we have more people in, the next one would be, what made you feel that you weren't just gay or straight, and how did you feel about this revelation?
Hmm.
I was like,
So I
yeah, what? Go ahead.
Um,
right.
mine is really dull. It just has to be like girls hot, boys hot, in between hot.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I mean, that is true. I mean, I can speak to that, I think. Like for a long time I liked girls in a way, and some boys as well. And then I just happened to meet a slightly femme presenting boy. In fact, I wouldn't even say that they were femme presenting this these days. I would just say, I would call them a cute ass diva, and then not even femboy, just hand flapping cutie,
Oh.
and yeah, they were nice. They were nice. And I was just like, oh, okay then. I guess I'm just bi now. I just buy now.
Well, shit, I'm bi. Whoa.
Well, shit, I'm bi. I put that in there, and that has been, I slot that in the equipment slot, and it's been there ever since. I took a look at the flag, and I was like, oh, the bi flag's got purple in it. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
This bit's got purple in it.
Yeah.
All right, I will hydrate.
Ah.
Where do I have a drink? I do not. Oh, I'm out of my coffee.
Okay, I'll split you too. As to if it was accepted, I suppose that sort of loops back to the biphobia thing. Yes and no. It took a long time for my parents to be cool with that.
Yeah, that's fair.
It took a long time for my parents to be cool with that. They
Your
were
parents
just
are cool with it.
Especially family. I feel like especially
don't actually know.
I feel like especially for like family and parents, I feel like that's a hard thing to deal with just because I feel like it's one of those issues of, well, I looked at the list, so they could either be gay or they could be straight. But then having something else that maybe they weren't expecting or weren't prepared for, and kind of navigating that new horizon that, you know, because, you know, when they were younger, that was probably a lot more, it was even more common where it was like there was gay and there was straight. And now our generation, and now the current generation, and my generation and the current generation, now that we have like the LGBT, that bisexuality is more visible and a common word now. But for some people, it may not have been, and it wasn't, you know, they weren't prepared for it. And I know that some people may find there's a sense of confusion and strain that people can feel when they don't feel on stable ground. And I could imagine that could be a feeling when you're trying to support a loved one who is bisexual or multisexual. Because it's like, okay, I accept the fact that you date women. Oh, you're dating a man now. Okay. And then kind of shifting back and forth. It's like they're finding and experiencing new partners. So I could understand that could create a unique sense of a lack of stable ground in order to process and really understand what it means.
I mean, the way that I came out to them was definitely suboptimal.
Optimal.
Yeah. I was going to a bi event with my dad, who decided that at some random point it's just like, I'm just going to turn off the radio and ask about this event you're going to. And I was just like, I don't want to tell you right away what this thing is, but you've asked me a straight question, and I am not good at lying.
Wait. Are we talking like you were like, hey, let's go to this event together and not tell him what it is until you got there?
He was taking me to like the Porsche.
Oh, okay. So he was like transporting you there.
Yes. He was transporting me along and decided that it was perfect. It was so bad though, because it was like turns off radio, asks, so where are you going? Location.
Oh,
okay,
no.
Radio back on for a minute, and then radio off for a second. And what you doing there? Event.
Bed things.
Yeah. Turn radio back on. What's the name of that event? Bifantabulosiness. I was like,
I love that.
Radio back on.
Biapalooza.
Thinking for like 5 more minutes. Me just going, turns it back on. So what's that for again? And I'm just like, oh well. In that case, listen. I suppose you're being dragging out of me. I'm gonna tell you.
Whether you like it or not.
Well, yeah, I didn't anyway. And the worst thing is that I knew that the minute that I went out, that he got home, he was going to tell my mum, who has anxiety, and who was going to anxiety about this until she eventually decided to try to talk to me about it. So it
Okay.
took an additional 2 years after that before we finally managed to get Mom to stop anxietying about me being bi.
Oh.
But yeah, that took a while. I thought it was over, and then it wasn't, and then I thought it was over, but it wasn't, and it just kept going. It's very silly. Mm-hmm.
That's a mood.
I'm sorry. It was
But
accepted though.
I should probably point out that my friends were goths, so therefore it kind of like, for the most part, it was just kind of like, oh, yeah, straight goths, are they a thing?
I've
Yeah.
not met one. Wait, maybe I think I have.
I have. He's also the gayest straight man I ever know.
Oh, wonderful.
Look, the kind that people are like, wait, he's straight? What? How?
Question mark? So
Oh,
confused.
I knew a few guys like that in high school. Like,
I love when I first realized that so the way I discovered the LGBT, because like my sister had a very eclectic group of friends, and a lot of them weren't straight, and my little autistic ass was like, I don't know what's happening, and right after high school, I went to a community college. And my mom was like, because, I was very, very socially awkward at the time. And I mean, like, way, way super socially awkward. And so, she made the suggestion that, join a club or an organization or something. And that's how I could meet people and make some friends. And I came home with, like, a little flyer that I found in, like, the cafeteria. And my mom's just like, do you know what kind of club this is? Mom knew what kind of club this is. Mom knew what kind of club it was. I did not know I don't know how aware I was. Because it was called the Open Closet Club. Mom knew what that was. I didn't know I was going to a gay club, to a gay group. And at first, it was, I don't think Mom never discouraged me for being queer, but I don't think she really accepted that I was queer. I think at first, for a long time, it was that she thought it was the tism and being like, that whole like need that sometimes we do where we kind of like assimilate into something in order to feel connected to others. And I think that's what she thought was going on at first. And
she legit thought it was a phase or something?
I think it was more that she thought that it was me trying to connect to other people. That I wasn't necessarily queer, is that I was trying to like emulate people around me to fit in. Which is something that sometimes us autistic beings do. In order to find like a community. And it also didn't help that my very first person I ever went out with was a guy. Well, that's questionable. Guy, yes. Human, no. But anyway, and I don't think I really ever. In the time that my parents were with me and nearby me, I never dated women, or they never like saw me with women. I think my LGBT I think it finally got to a point when I came out as like non-binary, and within like a 3-year span, I came out as polyamorous and non-binary in like the same like year or so. So I feel like that might have also driven it home a little bit. Like, Mom, the identities are gonna keep coming, whether you like it or not.
Oh, they're gonna keep coming. They're gonna keep stacking.
Don't stop coming.
They don't
Oh,
stop
my
coming, they don't stop
mom
coming.
let me come out poly. It was adorable. She was just like, "Oh, so you're poly," and like, I said I was poly, and she was like, "Oh, so does that mean you can date so and so?" And like, she's trying to set me up with my bestie, and I was like, "Yeah."
Oh, hi, Ben.
Wow.
Are you here to join us for your 15-minute break?
Yes.
Our topic, our point of discussion right now is, what made you feel like you weren't just gay or straight, and how did you feel about this revelation?
I believe I found out that I was bisexual the same way that most bisexuals my age did, by watching the 1993 movie The Mummy starring Brendan Fraser.
Was it 1993? Was it
Everyone brings up that
1993? I'm
freaking
pretty sure
movie
that
and
was
I don't
later.
remember it.
1999! Don't you fucking gaslight
Oh, I'm
me.
so sorry about I got the date wrong, but
Yeah,
A man had nice floppy
I thought it was
hair.
earlier than that.
because I was thinking. Hang on a minute. That's pre after Brian Molko Placebo.
Everyone in that movie had wild bisexual energy
Oh, that's
and
so
was
true.
very attractive.
Oh my
So
god, that was like the most beautiful cast. Like, holy shit. I absolutely agree. Holy
Movie
shit.
night. We gotta watch it.
Oh my god, yes. Yes. We need to do a the Mummy watch party. Was there anybody else that wanted to say something about this particular one?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, the only reason why I didn't think I wasn't gay or straight was, this has got a long story to it, so I apologize. So, working at a Renaissance fair as a sword fighter, doing the whole, like, thing, right? And the only reason why I realized I wasn't is because I started flirting with both men and women in the ring. So, part of my thing was that I was supposed to go out through most of my battle and then stop midway and like ask for a kiss from a patron so that way I could continue fighting. And I started asking both men and women, and I realized that I didn't mind when I had the woman kiss the back of my hand.
That's just adorable.
That is very cute. That is super cute.
I have one last one on it. I do remember the time that I found that I was the most accepted in a bisexual identity was the first time that I was dating a bisexual.
That's fair.
When I found myself with another bi person, and they would, just like we'd be walking down the street and like they'd spot somebody hot. Gender is not an object in that they thought this person was hot, and they would like boop boop. Hey, look over there. There's a really hot person. I was like, I'm on a date with you, but also yes, you're right.
I'm guessing that's before you realized you might have been poly as well.
Yeah, that was before yeah.
Can I share my story about how weird my high school was about having a air quotes bisexual?
Oh boy, go ahead.
Oh no.
You're gonna make me.
I was the bisexual in my high school, and people were weirdly obsessed with it. Like, we're constantly asking, like, who's hotter, this guy or this girl? Both.
You have oh my god, you have access to the source of all hotness because everybody's hot.
Literally, the editor of the school newspaper tried to get me to write a column rating the hottest people in school.
Oh my god.
And I was like, no, that's a little cringe. Not going to do that.
It's kind of cringe.
If you want me to
lie.
He was not interested in a column about what bisexuality is, unfortunately.
I hate that. Also, webline, I accept your compliment. Mwah.
So weirdly obsessed with it, but not accepting of it. I don't know how else to put that.
That's a little bit gross.
It kind of seems like he saw bisexuality more as like a kink rather than like a sexuality.
Yes.
But yeah.
Or performance or whatever other.
They thought
like performance.
They thought the same way as someone wearing a funny hat all the time.
Oh, gross. Squish, hug.
So obviously, bi and pan are the most common, are some of the more common identities under the bi umbrella. But here is a few others that you may or may not know. So first, we have the queer flag, which is
Love
for
it.
which can be used by lots of different people. So that can be people who maybe there isn't an identity label that fits them that they found yet, or maybe they're a person that similar to like how Bumble described about like not wanting a label, but like still making it clear that like, okay, I'm in the LGBT, I just don't want to be more specific or contained than that. It's also for people that may be still questioning or aren't sure. It could also be for people like me that have like multiple labels that all go together, and instead of going into a whole PowerPoint every time you fucking talk to somebody, just say I'm queer. There's also polysexual. There is omnisexual, and then there's abrosexual, which one of my partners actually identifies as.
Bro.
Which is basically like gender fluid, but it's for your sexuality. So your sexuality shifts shifts and adjusts over time depending on where you are in that moment, similar to how your gender does for gender fluid. And I love abrosexual flag. I've now started calling one of my partners who identifies as this, my little watermelon. I call them a melon. I call them a
It
cute little
is a
melon.
watermelon.
It is not confirmed, but there is a lot of saying in stuff I found where people believe that it may be inspired by like the fluidity and like the consistency of a watermelon and like that fluidity, and so that's why it looks like a watermelon. But yeah, I call them watermelon sexuals, and it's amazing.
That's so cute.
That's so great.
I did in an internet argument explain the definition of abrosexual to someone, and they now identify as abrosexual.
Yes, I remember you telling me that. I love that.
They had originally described their identity as gender fluid pansexuality.
There's a word for that, you know.
And I'm like, there's a word for that. And they're like, I don't know about that. And then like 2 days later, they came back to the discussion and was like, yeah, I'm using it now.
Yeah, so if anybody doesn't know, so me and Ben are actually are very close local IRL friends. And when our Bi Plus organization had a table at Pride, and I took a visual that I found online and expanded it to include more bi umbrellas. So the original one only included polysexual, omnisexual, bisexual, and pansexual. And then I expanded it to also include queer and abrosexual, which aren't necessarily always multisexual, because obviously, you know, someone could maybe have more of a lesbian-like experience, but still identify as queer. And the same for abrosexual, that maybe you're not always falling into like what you would consider multisexual, but they are ones that are sort of part of like related to the umbrella in the experience. And I was told that when I came to the table to volunteer on Saturday, one of Ben's partner was like, people are going nuts over this visual. They love it. And so many people were so excited to hear and see like abrosexual represented. And then Ben told me about how, hey, I think I introduced the term of abrosexual to someone and now they're using it. And I was like, oh, that's adorable. That is so lovely. But yeah, and then it says like, you know, have you heard of any of these? Have you heard of any of these other bi plus identities? Do you or your loved ones use any of them? Do you know any others? So as I said, I have a partner who uses. Me personally, I have one of my partners. It uses it falls under abrosexual. And then one of my dear friends and a friend in our community, Perry also uses omnisexual. I'm curious if anybody else here is familiar with some of these labels besides bi and pan, or if they or anyone they know also uses some of these identities.
All right. Can I jump in real quick before I have to leave?
Yes.
So personally, I identify as bi and queer. I use queer to mean not just part of the LGBT community, but to mean a political stance of being on the side of minorities.
Yes.
So in my opinion, like log cabin Republicans might be gay, but they're not queer.
Yes. I agree. I remember you telling me this.
All right, I gotta pop out. Thank
All right.
you. Bye.
Bye.
Love you.
Bye.
Mwah.
Bye.
I got to admit, I'd not heard of aprosexual before. I kept hearing it's agrosexual, and I was thinking, like, is this like some angry like techno type of sexuality?
I believe I've also
Like-
heard. Yeah, I've
Like
also heard
like
awareness.
agrosexual is horny rivet heads.
Yes.
I heard agrosexual, and I assumed it had something to do with like overalls and straw hats.
I thought it was going to be something like sexy, aggressive women. I don't know what's going on. Or is it aggressive? Is that what we're talking about here?
Oh wow!
So agrosexual, the kind that have sex to pounding industrial music that's normally heard in clubs where people whip each other.
Nice.
Before this, I only heard of queer, omni, and poly, but that I never heard of agrosexual before.
Yeah, that is one that I'm slowly seeing more and more. And that's another reason why I did some of these talks, to kind of like, because there's some, even if we're in our own community, sometimes we might not know about some of these things, or and it's a great time for both allies to learn more about us, for us to learn more about ourselves, as well as to bridge that camaraderie and that connectivity between us and other queer people. Like, for example, in this case, particularly between people that are bisexual or other multi-sexuals, because if, like, you know, as we talked about, that there's a lot of discourse between people that may identify as pan or bi, or some of our other identities for lots of reasons, and to just have other queer spaces understand us more.
That was a cute
That's
sneeze.
That was such
a
a
very
cute
cute
sneeze.
I'm so
The
sorry.
cutest I've ever heard.
Oh yeah, Ursa's very, very cute bean.
Sorry.
Very cute bear, very cute
It's
bear.
very loud. Very loud.
I'm curious, Bumble, have you ever heard of some of these other identities? Like, it sounds like it sounds like at the very least you're familiar with, like, you've heard or are familiar with, like, bi and pan. Have you heard of any of these other identities before?
Some of them sound familiar and other ones are brand new. I have not heard of them.
I love that. And if anybody is unsure of what exactly these mean, because a lot of these have overlap with them, so I found this really lovely visual that helps clarify them some more. So, so bisexual and polysexual refer to that you're attracted to multiple genders, not necessarily all, but multiple genders. Pansexual and omnisexual refer to ones that you're in some way or degree attracted to all genders. And then if you look into bi, poly, and omni, the difference between those and pansexual is that they will generally have some level or some kind of, like, preference to gender. Compared to pansexual. So those are, like, some of the big points of, like, where some of the overlap and maybe some of the differences could be. And of course, as I've said, you know, some people may understand and express their definitions a little bit differently, and that is okay. That is absolutely okay. Some of them also talk, I think, like, there's also some details on whether some of these identities may have different kind of, like, attractions or factors between genders. So, like, for example, maybe you might find different things attractive in, like, masked people versus, like, feminine people, can also be part of some of these identities. It's usually, bisexual is generally, like, the big umbrella, and then polysexual, pansexual, omnisexual, and such fall under the umbrella. And then, of course, queer can be under the umbrella or above it. It really just depends on what you feel matches like your experience. I'm realizing I may be demisexual, and I'm exploring that currently. I love that for you. Which, if you're interested, if you're not aware, so I will put the command up. Our last special of this kind of event is going to be next Saturday, and that one is actually going to be talking about ace and ace spec identities, which includes demisexual. So, yeah. Has any
Yeah,
of your,
Ace is high, or Ace Combat.
Yeah.
Before
So
we
the
move
next-
on,
Oh, yes.
I did want to talk real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I know one or several people who fall in any of the queer, abro, poly, and omnisexual. Just because of my job, I get to meet a lot of people who fall underneath all of those umbrellas, and each and every person has had a different interpretation that follows along the same lines that you told me. But my favorite thing about all of it, though, is that everyone that I've ever talked to and everyone I've ever met who falls underneath any of these all also agrees that we're like, yeah, but it's also just I like the flag.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah,
The
I think the
thing is,
flags
are
mean.
you bi or are you pan? Which one of these fits you better? And the answer comes from, well, I like this flag better. Like, let's be real. Like, so many of us. I personally, as far as like between bi and pan, because while these are other valid ones, but, you know, for reasons, you know, bi and pan are also sometimes more used because they're so much more widely known, and so it's a lot that feeling of like, oh, it's really nice to have an identity that, you know, you can actually find flags or merch for, which is a great feeling. And bi and pan are really common, so they're easier to find, like in all walks of spaces. Like, for example, if you go to like just a store that just has a pride collection, you're more likely to find bi and pan than some of the other more niche identities. And
Yeah, because we were trying to find for our work thing, if we did Pride, the trans group were trying to find the most niche Pride flag they possibly can, and we found the monster fucker one.
Ooh, nice.
Nowhere has, because we wanted the most uncorporate one possible, and yeah, unfortunately, we realized that no one makes one, and we would have to get it printed specially, and that was too expensive.
Oh, I just realized that command, that auto message was messed up. There's not a space between the links. Give me 1 second.
But yeah, it was a tentacle forming a heart. It's a
I love this.
Oh yes, I've seen the monster fucker flag, and I'm
I haven't seen
over
it.
here like, oh, I love the colors for the monster fucker flag. They're so gorgeous.
Please put it
depending on
in
which
side
one
chat.
you've
I
seen.
wish to see it.
Where
But also that's amazing.
Okay, dashboard.
One thing I'm thinking of when I'm looking at this is that I mean, bisexual is attracted to more than one gender, and I have people said, but bi is 2, and I'm like, no, that's not correct. That's not correct.
2 or more.
That's not correct. It's all right.
Two or more.
Or more. Two
Yeah.
or more.
Yeah.
Or more.
Yeah, I think we discussed
definitely
that
more.
before you came in. That we
Yeah,
were talking
I'm
about
pretty
that
sure.
part of the issue
Yeah,
comes from the fact that people think that bi means 2 as in male and female, and that it that's part of the reason why some people think it's like transphobic, which is dumb, because I'm like,
Oh, yeah,
of course
that is
I'm
actually
attracted
turf
to-
propaganda.
Because even if that's a thing, hello, if I'm attracted to men and women, that means I'm attracted to trans people because they're still men and women. Like, what the fuck?
You fool.
Yeah. It is literally turf propaganda to assume that bi is trans exclusionary because they're trying to make bi trans exclusionary.
Yes. And
We don't like
yeah.
curves in these parts.
as well.
And we were talking about that.
And
What in
the
fact, what
gays.
bisexual actually means is that it's referring to like and different. So it's referring to like a concept of an overlap between heterosexuality and homosexuality, is what it's meant to be. And now, you know, more modernly, especially to be more inclusive, we generally define it as 2 or more, because that is also inclusive of non-binary people as well.
Yeah.
Which is what the purple stripe is supposed to represent.
I posted some of those Monster Fucker Pride ones in the side chat because there's
Thank you so much.
And
Oh, fuck yeah!
because there's also an ace one.
Yes, which also that's actually why. So for a lot of people know that I'm in like the Milwaukee land area, like the southeastern Wisconsin region. And when I've last year when I was part of when I like worked the table of like our organization at Pride, we did a lot of us do, you know, because another part of being queer is loving to be crafty. So crafting and queer just kind of go hand in hand sometimes. And so a lot of us would do like queer like crafts. And then what we would do is that because we're not technically a nonprofit yet, so we can't like sell merch and stuff quite yet. So what we do is that we make crafts and then they're just on our table and they're available for like donations. And then that funds us to keep crafting, but then it keeps our organization going. And one of the things I did last year was that I made candy bracelets, which if anybody's in my Discord, you can find. Also, by the way, here's my Discord if you'd like to join. And
Indeed.
I originally only did buy flags. And I was like, nobody's going to want these. I could not make them fast enough. Like, I could not stop the entire day. And so I expanded my color collection for this year, and I actually did include a lot of these. So I did bi, I did pan, I did a few omni, I also did some trans and ace as well. And I'm hoping that for the new year, which it's actually on order now, is that I'm going to be getting my green, because green was one of the few ones I didn't have, so I couldn't really do, I couldn't do the queer flag, I couldn't do the arrow flag, I couldn't do agender, but because abrosexual was so beloved and was so making so many people happy, I specifically ordered a green pack now, so that for the new year, I will be doing abrosexuals as well. Yes. And in fact, at some point, if you guys want to follow me more, so that's my Discord. Here's my card with all my socials. I am in particular very active on Blue Sky and Discord. I'm also starting to become more active on my Tumblr as well. And I'm hoping, if I can get it done in time, I may be doing something special for Bi Visibility Month. And so what I'll be doing is that I'll be doing like a little goal. If I don't do it this year, I will be doing it for next September. And it's because I'm hoping by then we'll have our like official like nonprofit status. And I will be bringing on a couple of really good friends who are part of like the steering committee for this organization to talk about, you know, why bi visibility is so important, and the challenges and how important it is to have bi visibility, just because of the fact that, you know, despite the fact that we are a significant portion of the LGBT community, we are often left out of discussions, we're left out of studies, and we don't have good representation. And so we will be doing a special fundraiser for that organization as soon as our nonprofit status is secured. They're in the process of doing it now. I don't think they'll get it done by September and leave enough time for me to plan it. So tentatively next year. And that is going to be something that is going to be happening in September for Bi Visibility Month. There's also I'll probably do something small for Bi Visibility Month anyway. So look out for more fun stuff. And the question we've got coming up is, has any of your other identities impacted your Bi+ journey? Have any of them given you unique experiences or challenges or insight? And this could be things like, you know, being neurodivergent. This could be you know, maybe a cultural aspect. This could be as a BIPOC person. This could be as a trans person. This could be as you know, depending on where in the world or the country you are. For me, a big part of mine was a big impact on mine, as I said before, was my asexual journey and coming to realize that being bi and pan doesn't only mean sexuality, that it can involve romantic attraction as well. For example, both of my partners I'm in relationships with are both, you know, QPP or romantic focused relationships rather than sexual relationships. Despite the fact that I'm dating very horny individuals. Hello, Fracta. Mwah.
Hi. What? No.
And
I guess it saves money on love sense.
And that idea of understanding that yes, I am bisexual, and it doesn't matter that I don't experience a traditional sense of like sexuality, that it can still be romantic. So like bi-romantic and pan-romantic, those are absolutely still part of the bi plus identity and spectrum. I've never heard anybody say it, but just about every identity has a romantic version. So like I wouldn't be surprised if there's people that probably use like omni-romantic or abro-romantic. Like that's generally a thing. And also the idea of being an autistic person as well, because unfortunately there is a lot of like, particularly for any of us who have like neuro conditions, there is a trend for us to be infantilized and be like, well, you don't understand what sex and gender means, therefore you cannot be these things.
You couldn't possibly
Sure.
comprehend this thing.
Exactly, and that's absolute bullshit.
Which is why the spicy adult party I go to, pretty much at least half the attendees, probably more, are neurospicy.
Yes. Webline said the state I am in has definitely impacted me, delaying coming out as trans. Yes, especially now, especially like particularly for people that are in like the UK and in America in particular. There is a very heightened sense of like social political stuff going on for queer people in general, particularly for people that are very outwardly queer and trans, would be a big impact. If how about we start on this line first? Ursa, would you like to talk about how maybe some of your identities impact your...
Can I just add something quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
So there was a little update on that. The Good Law Project has actually got to stand down on some of the worst of the stuff that come out from the Supreme Court.
Yes!
It's not 100%. It's not 100%. So they're still working to get it all dealt with, but they managed to get them to roll back a chunk of it.
Nice.
Nice.
Because it turns out that a lot of the dodgy guidance was issued was not legally compliant. So, yeah. It's still an ongoing fight, but at least it kind of reminded them that they have to comply with the law, and the law has not changed.
Yes.
So we're still for now protected by the Equality Act and stuff, and they basically been told bugger off on that.
All right.
Thank goodness.
Ursa.
Swans, keep fighting.
Fire.
Yes.
Do you have anything you would like to talk about on this one? So basically intersectionality of some of your other identities, whether they're, you know, medical conditions, whether they're regions you live in, maybe things like biracial or BIPOC identities that impact or have given you like unique experiences or challenges or perspectives on bi plus.
So I will say, growing up in a community where it was not okay to be gay definitely impacted a fair amount of that. but then also being poly and pan was definitely fun, of like trying to figure out what all of that meant and exploring all of that and figuring out how to be poly and pan and learn about all of the communities was challenging, I will say, and trying to learn the differences between all of the above. And then also
Yes.
being chronically disabled while doing all of this is also fun, because being disabled and queer is also a whole other category of trying to
Yes.
figure stuff out.
I absolutely agree, especially when when we're dealing with marches and protest and Pride Fest and things that are aimed at making us more visible. Um, Disabled people have that unique challenge where we have an extra hurdle to go through in order to be seen. So talking about like, is Pride Fest and Pride events, wheelchair accessible? Is it neurospicy inclusive? Definitely puts an extra burden on us to be able to be seen and to be able to participate in a I would say a fulfilling as well as a safe, acceptable manner. Definitely. Neko.
Yeah, so I'd be goth, which basically is how neurospicy people make themselves hot, and
That's amazing.
yeah, that kind of I would say it's impact as such, but it kind of has helped some a lot along the way, as well as lots of hot guys in makeup and stuff. So yes, of course. Um, can you tell I have a type when it comes to guys? Yeah, so kind of that. But I also bear in mind I also live in the rural southwest of the UK. So I'm kind of like in the one patch of sanity in amongst a bunch of um, rural right wing backwards who are territory.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'd say probably for Fractor, probably the equivalent of Sligo.
Oh, Sligo's lovely. But also very far away from everybody. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so it's kind of pretty, but also very remote from both everything sort of in general, sort of anything exciting, that kind of thing.
It's very easy to be the only gay in the village or the only
Yes.
bi in your yeah.
Yeah, so I grew up in a very small town on the coast, and now I've now moved to the city, which is, um, frankly speaking, very kind of left wing. I'm going to say this a lot. Say this. There does seem to be quite a lot of trans people in here now, and trans punks generally. I'm sure that um, anyone who does cause those problems tends to get hit very hard at some point. Um,
Bonk.
That is
yeah,
very
bonk.
fair. That's very fair, especially because now, just to be clear, not that we're not going to see phobia and such in these spaces, but there is definitely a connection between like punk alt scenes and queer spaces and acceptance, just
Yeah.
because it's a community that has a very strong focus on this idea of like resistance and pushing
Mhm.
boundaries and um, especially like social discourse. So
Mhm.
that is definitely those are definitely
Yeah,
communities that overlap a lot with the queer spaces.
yeah. 'Cause
And
there's the current joke among goths that you don't know what gender you pulled until you get them home and unwrap them.
I love that so much. And
That's a
especially,
good one.
yeah, and especially
Oh my
for like
god.
punk alt spaces are also places where a lot of, particularly you'll find a lot of like queer like music representation as well,
Hmm.
because these are scenes that are like that their genres by nature are very like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
And
and
they're like,
and to
I'm gonna
give and
say what I say, I'm gonna do what I do, I'm gonna be who I am. And they
yeah, I
strongly
so
pair well with queer spaces.
yeah, so that kind of happened when I think it probably been about 2002-ish. I wore a Chinese dress to a biker bar as a then straight-ish cis guy,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, the reaction was to the extent of we were like they were apparently the bikers who are very turned out to be in some very dubious circles at times were like, holy fuck, if they're brave enough to wear that in here, they're worthy of our respect.
Nice. Nice.
Nice.
Nice.
I agree. Um, Gil, do you have anything you would like to share as far as like if you have any like maybe unique circles or experiences or places that you're part of that maybe impact your bi-pan identity and experiences?
Mm,
Yeah,
Not
criminal.
particularly.
Ooh, actually, you know what? You are in a lot of circles that involve. You know what? I would love to hear some things about like, and a lot of us here are in this one, but like particularly in queer gaming circles, are being like gamer boys, gamer girls, and gamer pals. Is a unique experience. I feel like that one is one that you never really know what you're gonna get. I feel like that depends on um, what like gaming circles you're in. Like for example, obviously things that are very like FPS are going to be ones that are probably going to be a lot more exclusionary, um, just because of like that toxic masculinity bullshit. But
Mm-hmm.
I love that now queer spaces and gaming spaces have started to overlap so much more, especially now that there's so much more of a community now for like indie and small game makers. That
Mm.
there's that and there are representations for bisexuals and pansexuals in gaming. Like the first one I'm gonna think of is the game Hades. Hades
Mm.
is a great one. There's also, I love the fact that a lot of dating sims have also become much more bi and pan friendly, like ones where you can romance either and where you yourself can be either, such as
Eee.
Boyfriend Dungeon. Uh huh, uh huh, uh huh.
Boyfriend Dungeon. Oh
Are
my
you not familiar
One
with
god.
game
game?
that did surprise me with random inclusion, because I like city builders, because neurospicy, was it Cities in
Mm.
Motion 2, which is the precursor to City Skylines. It's when they were sort of formulating the final thing. Quite a few of the quests are basically for a woman giving you, telling you you need to do something for her wife.
Huh.
And it just, and you're just like, wait, that's some, just like that's a very subtle queer inclusion
Uh huh, uh
included
huh.
in a game that you wouldn't expect it, but it's kind of very subtle if you read the flavor text,
Yes,
Eee.
yes.
and it's just treated as normal. It's not kind of drawn out as anything or anything like that.
Um,
That's cool.
Madam, would you
Mm-hmm.
like to contribute anything for this topic about your other identities or intersectionalities with your bi-pan identities?
The only thing I can bring up is that in like my upbringing, there's only gay and straight, and bi wasn't even considered. So, uh, what I don't, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I fully came out as bi to my other family members besides my brother, besides my
Okay.
older brother, who just who tries his best to get it. But I can clearly tell like there's some place where like he's struggling, but he's trying to get it. Like, I mean, he was the first person I came out to as trans when I was around 18. Like, I told him that like I want to be a woman someday, and at first he didn't get it, but he slowly is getting it. So. Yeah, but then I remember I told him like, "Hey, I have a boyfriend. Also, I have a girlfriend. I'm poly and bi." And I could just over the phone just hear his brain just lock up. That's just like
um,
we don't
yeah.
we don't have that in my family. It's just like we have gay uncles and cousins and relatives, but like anything besides, just being gay. Like anything past the G and LGBT, they don't get or understand. So
That's fair. That's fair.
it just
It's
it
a lot. It's a lot of letters, okay? Like,
yeah.
I
Mhm.
believe currently it is the more expansive is LGBTQIA2+.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yes. They're
Yeah,
anything past that T they're afraid of.
that's fair.
And
I
this is one of the reasons.
LGBT plus, but that's not meant to be exclusionary. It's just a case of that's how many letters I can remember because I have a
That's
little
fair.
brain.
Yeah.
Is it my turn to pull out the quilt bag?
Oh my
To wave it
God.
about and say, hey everybody, this is an acronym that you can say. It's quilt bag.
Yeah.
Queer, undecided, intersex, lesbian, trans, bisexual, asexual, and gay. They're all in that's a lot of them. Does it have all of them? No. Are they under the queer umbrella? Yes. And that's the first letter, so
Yes.
this is most important.
Yes. I remember you
Quiltbag
talking.
needs to
Yeah.
be a character. Quiltbag needs to be a mascot. I want to see
mean-
Quiltbag as a physical thing.
So
I'd want to actually do quilt bag merch,
So
but I have
yeah.
a little bit of trouble just getting a little bag together. It would be simple, but I want to do it ethically, and it's apparently really hard to make merch ethically. Did you know?
Yeah, unfortunately. In fact, so as we said before, as she said before, Fracta has been doing like this this charity stream event for a trans charity, and they were talking about not having a sundress, and I just whipped up a pride dress outfit like out of nowhere, and
It's amazing, everyone.
I specifically added that on one of her biceps she has a rainbow quilt tattoo, specifically in reference to quilt bags. I had never heard of this term until Fracta told me, and I was like, wait, quilt bag? What the fuck is quilt bag? And I'm just like, okay, I'm here for this. But yeah, no,
I just love it.
there are so many different, and I'm fascinated by all the different kinds of things that intersect with queer identities and experiences. So, depending on the person, there could be talks of, the role of like toxic masculinity and gender norms. There's also an issue of, for some of us, there may be, racism and cultural bias playing a role. There could be some of us, growing up in, maybe more small secular towns. It could be some of us maybe being like, not having the words for it. There could be some of us of, having our disabilities play a role in our introspection and our part of the community. And they are all valid as fuck.
I want to bring up something because you talk about like queer spaces and like in gaming and like FPS games. Because I remember seeing like one like in like Call of Duty World War II like some like the gamer tags like they have like actual pride flags in the game. I was like, when was this a thing? And I just come to find out like now some of the modern Call of Duty games have pride flags in them, and like. It goes from like this. It goes from the standard gay, bi, trans up to like they have the actual non-binary and asexual flags in it, and intersex flags in it. I was like,
and it's pissing off the right
okay.
people as well.
Yeah, I was like, okay,
I mean,
okay,
listen,
cut.
I mean, if nothing else, they're just like, look.
Wait,
If we
actually make
want
me
the
want to play
queer people
COD
to
again.
keep giving us money, it's not that hard. Give them a goddamn flag skin and they'll be so happy.
It's not wrong. You're not wrong.
That feeling of being queer and a people pleaser. Like just
my
a little gay as a treat, please.
My bank lets you. My bank lets you set a pride color scheme on their app icon, and this is small and very performative, but absolutely doing it.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean,
as long as you're not pulling a target, okay?
Yeah.
How did you get those bangs?
Fuck Target.
Then we did it.
What? What happened?
Hi.
Franca.
Hi.
What'd I do?
In the
What
chat.
happened?
You mentioned the skirt, and I wanted to show people. Look, we got a little quilt. Sorry, everybody.
No, you're
Chat.
good.
This
You're
is
good.
only for the people. Oh my god. You.
Just showing off the jiggle.
Harumph.
Yep,
Wait,
yep,
hold on.
yep.
I actually have to use a facial toggle. Wrong one. Using my things. Oh my god.
Oh my
No!
God.
No!
This
You
is
cannot
so
change my
weird.
outfits.
I adore you so
Nobody can see
much.
this. You're all wonderful. Thank you so much. Yes, my redeems still work even when I'm not online. Y'all lovely. Scream, hide. Ah!
Bumble, is there anything that you would like to say for this particular topic?
I don't know. The only issue that I've really run into is I like the online community for the most part because I find they're really accepting, but I
Yeah.
find that sometimes there are people who like where I've explained my feelings and then all of a sudden I get claimed to be like transphobic or homophobic or something
Ugh,
just because like I don't want to label things.
gross.
And like that's probably like the thing that makes me feel really uncomfortable and weary about the community is because like there are people who will just like shun you just for your opinion alone and not actually
Oh
talk to
God,
you about it.
yeah, yeah. I feel like there's this issue sometimes um, so I am a person that's like my tism brain is just like yes, give me all the labels, give them to me. I am a person who I absolutely use labels, but when it comes to people that maybe don't want to be labeled themselves, I use labels at least to be like, okay, just trying to understand like where in the spectrum you're the closest to as like a point of reference. And I understand, and I feel like from the people I've talked to who are like that, where like like either they don't want to use a label, or maybe they just haven't found a label that just vibes with them in just the right way. But this issue of some people think that if you don't want to use a label, then it's in some weird way like this weird idea of privilege, which is such bullshit. This idea of like there's this idea of like wanting to be queer but also not willing to own a label, and some people think that that is just an affront to queer people, which is absolutely not true. Like holy shit, people need to check themselves, like fucking Christ.
Yeah, like not putting a label on things does not mean that you're against anybody or anyone or anything
Yes.
that does use a
Yes.
label.
Yes.
Like just because I'm not outright saying that like, yes, I am LGBTQ and I am on your side doesn't mean that I'm against you. Like
Yes.
I'm allowed to just sit quietly on your side. I
Exactly.
don't have to make noise. And I think like that's
Exactly.
where a lot of people like take offense is like I'm on your side, but the fact that I don't want to go out and yell about it means that like I'm not truly supporting you.
Yeah.
And like that's not true. It's just like there are some people who are okay with making like I don't want to say I don't know how else to say this, but like making certain things their whole personality, and then there are other people who are just like okay with taking like little pieces and just being
Yeah.
okay with that.
And they're all valid experiences. Like people may either choose to either one be a little bit more quiet with their queer identity, or not use labels for lots of different reasons. Like I've come across people who have trauma involving certain kinds of big events. I've seen people who, maybe it's involving like, a sense of safety, because there is especially right now in the US, there's a lot of issues involving queer identity and safety, and they are super valid. And there may be people that, maybe they work in places where they're afraid of losing their jobs or losing their homes for being outwardly queer, and those are absolutely valid, and that does not make those people any less queer. It doesn't mean that they're any less supportive or part of our community. They are just living their truth in a different way, and that is absolutely okay. Because fuck those people.
Yeah.
How? Oh, we just talked about
Did
that
you
one
put the
too.
same question in twice?
Shut the fuck up.
I will say that one of the other things is that being chronically like having autism and having the ADHD, I have found more acceptance in the queer community in that than I have ever found acceptance anywhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially because there's so much overlap. You know, there's so many of us neurodivergent people within the queer community, and I think that also, and I was actually I've been reading a lot of articles about like the prevalence of like queer identity and being on the spectrum in particular, and because I'm actually planning on making a proposal for a presentation at a local autism conference for next year for LGBT intersectionality with, and I find that some of the most common identities that overlap between queer and neurodivergent people are the three that we focused on for this month. So pansexualities, trans and non-binary identities, and aspec identities are some of the most common overlaps, and I feel like that's another reason why there's a special kind of camaraderie that comes in the bi-pan spaces, because we know that in greater queer spaces we're often not accepted for really stupid reasons, and so there's a special level of camaraderie that we find in our spaces and our communities, and I love it. And then I have this little visual here that are talking about, because bi-erasure is absolutely a thing, and
It's real.
It's real, I promise. There's different kinds. I really love this visual for bi-erasure. So it talks about that there's erasure of sexuality and culture, there's erasure of same gender attraction, and there's also erasure of attraction to more than one gender. And those are very, very real things, and they're different main things. So, which leads into the question of, what are some examples of how you have experienced either implicit or explicit bi-erasure? Is there anybody in particular that would like to start? Boop. Yeah, go for it, madam.
At least for me, nothing explicit so far. So thankfully, nothing explicit. But like implicit, just like as I said before, like the little joke about like me and my boyfriend dating, and B just play the whole like, oh, I mean, you're technically not bisexual, Daz, that you're dating a guy. Like, no, it's still me being bi. I'm just in like, I just dating like a dude, just dating like a guy currently.
The
But
assumption that your relationship looks heterosexual and therefore
yeah.
you're heterosexual or homosexual. Yeah, fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
I would personally say one of them would be, and I've actually seen this at in LGBT like book library, where there's not a bisexual label. Like, there's ones where there's like a lesbian book section and a gay section, and then if you think about it, that I wonder how many of those are actually bisexuals, but they're being categorized by what active romance or relationship is in the story, which is a more explicit form of bi-erasure. There's also the idea of people thinking that bisexual isn't a permanent identity, that it's more considered like a stepping stone. which is fair because there was a time, especially for men, because unfortunately, you know, because of sexism, there's always been a more, I guess, aggressive reaction to queer people in men compared to like females or feminine presenting people, just because of like that whole like sexism of like, oh, women can do it because it's sexy, and how sexualized it is. And this idea that for a while it wasn't an uncommon thing that men would come out as bisexual first because it was considered like more palpable or it was considered safer.
Yeah,
It's
because like
yeah.
to people, it's like, well, they'll eventually date a woman at some point,
Exactly.
so it'll be all right.
Yes.
Oh,
And
see, I've never. Sorry, I didn't mean to
oh,
interrupt.
oh no, go ahead.
I never really thought about it like that, but I guess it's because like I kind of was biphobic growing up in the way that like the one person I knew growing up who was gay was rather flamboyant.
Mm-hmm.
And my family talked about how it was really hard for them to be gay and be attracted to like the same sex just because the way that like the 90s and the early 2000s and everything were. And in my mind, I didn't have anything like against gay people. I was just like, oh, it's really hard to be one. But as I grew up, I don't know where this fear came from, but it was like I didn't necessarily want to date a gay man though, because I had this fear um, that like I wouldn't be enough. And then like I would have to deal with the whole thing of them like seeing another man. And I did have some homophobic family members growing up where they were like gay sex between two men is really dangerous because that's how you get like all those diseases and stuff. So like it was burned into my brain that if I ever dated somebody bisexual, there was always a chance that I could catch something that I wouldn't get dating a gay man. And that
Yes.
stayed with me until like probably I hate to say that I was really judgmental, but that thought probably stayed with me until my late 20s, where eventually I think it was just life experience where I was just like, it doesn't matter who the hell you're dating. Someone who's straight could have just as much or more sexually transmitted diseases than someone who's gay. Like, it doesn't matter. It's how you take care of yourself and how you protect yourself. And it's like a safety personal thing, not a sexual, like what your sexual identity is. And now that I feel more comfortable, I have no problem dating a bisexual man. In all actuality, in my brain, I might actually prefer it because the bisexual men that I've met now are just a lot more open and in touch with their sexuality than a lot of straight men. Like there are a lot of straight men I've dated where like I just kind of want to playfully joke around and have fun, and like the small semblance of them even remotely being gay just upsets them so much. Like there's like this one time I dated a guy where I was like, "Hey, put on my short shorts. I think it'd be really funny." And he flew off the handle and was like, "I'm not gonna fucking wear those. I'm not like he went off, said derogatory terms, and I was like,
Yeah.
okay." And then like a few years later I dated someone and I was like, "Hey, try on these shorts." And they put them on and they like acted like it was some fashion show and they were like, "Okay, I have to take these off because now I'm feeling like a little too gay. I'm feeling a little too gay powerful." And we had like a good laugh about it. Like it was like a big fun joke, and I was like, I would much rather date someone who's just comfortable in their sexuality, whether that be pride or not pride, but whether it be like straight or gay, or just somebody who just feels comfortable. And like I have this mindset where people who have more like a more open umbrella to sexuality are tend to be the more open-minded ones. And I don't mean to put like a label on the straight people and being like, oh, they're closed-minded, but it's just like a tendency to see now that with the LGBTQ people that they've just grown to have such an open mind and they don't really care about like the masculine, like they're more okay with having feminine energy, I find. And I find that so attractive, like to find a man or a woman or just somebody who presents that is comfortable showing both of those things, because everybody has like feminine and masculine energy. And I think being confident in using that energy in certain ways is just incredibly attractive.
I absolutely agree. and that is definitely a big part of like some types of bi erasure. That idea that um, uh, the first of all, like this, as far as sexuality and safety, there's absolutely this stereotype for bisexuals and multisexuals in general, of being greedy, being slutty, which, just saying, if you're a slutty bisexual, own it, enjoy. That is absolutely okay. But just like, not all of us are like this idea of what people think bisexuals are. And yes, I've absolutely encountered that way of thinking, that thought that, oh, if you have sex with different genders, then you're probably dangerous or you're sexually loose, are really common parts of like both people thinking of other bisexuals, as well as just like kind of that internal biphobia. I absolutely had that at one point as well. And there's no shame in learning and understanding and recognize. In fact, honestly, I think it's an amazing feature of someone that openly and confidently, in the same way that you were talking about like feminine and masculinity, embracing them, but also that embracing of your biases and understanding that nobody is complete in learning to be a good person. And I think that concept is just as fluid, should be just as fluid as sexuality and gender identity. I also agree that there is this, I'm the same way when it comes to men. The idea of, I feel more comfortable with like queer men or people that are, at least in the very least, comfortable and open with like their sexuality, because there's also an issue with, for example, if you have someone who identifies as straight involved with someone who's bisexual, and sometimes that person will be so uncomfortable with the idea of people saying that it's a queer relationship, because it is. You're involved with a queer person, and the idea that some people would be so uncomfortable with that label is, I would say, is a type of bi erasure as well. And Fracta, you look like you're dying to say something. You sound
No,
like
I just returned. I have experienced the bi erasure. It is the butts. Yeah.
My former bestie used to get a lot because of course, mostly gay woman who happens to be, shortly before she passed, she was engaged to a fluffy haired gamer boyfriend, and yeah, they never got to get married, unfortunately, because fuck cancer. But yeah,
My homies hate it.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she used to get a lot of, oh, but you're in a straight thing with Kang, and she's like, yes, but I knew her well enough to be like, yeah, she's absolutely all over any hot woman, no matter what. In fact, she's very much an all women are hot type person.
Yes.
But there is one, there's a lot of bi women are like, all women are hot. There's no exception. All women are hot. But as for men, I like this one specific guy. This one. No one else. Just this one.
So one of my partners actually introduced me to a new identity that also falls under the bi plus identity, a bi plus umbrella, and I believe it's called berisexual. And from what I've read, it sounds like it's an identity that's very similar to that. If you've ever seen the meme where it says, "This is what I mean when I say I'm bisexual," and it's like a pink flag with a purple stripe and then like a dot of blue in the corner, talking about like that because they're bisexual. That's also a form of bi erasure. I feel like the idea of people being like, but when you're like, oh, I'm mostly attracted to women, but I like this idea of like, I am attracted to both, but I have a very narrow, I have a very specific criteria for attraction in one versus the other. And this idea, and it's called BIsexual, where it's basically that, where it's, oh, let me give me your image, hun. It is in our recent DMs. I believe they messaged by saying, a new label joins the horde. So it's listed as BIsexual, is similar to pansexuality or omnisexuality in that someone who is BIsexual is attracted to all genders, but has a light or rare attraction to men or masculine individuals. So you're very attracted to female and like and androgynous and femininity, but have rare or very light attraction to like men and masculinity, but it is there. And apparently there is also an opposite for that, that is called almond sexual. It's the same thing, but the femininity and the masculinity are swapped.
Hey, can I something that's off topic a second?
Yeah.
Could you ever share the pun about the sea monster eating 5 ships that were carrying potatoes and no one can eat one potato chip? My girlfriend wants to find you and end you.
I love. Listen. Puns are the best. Puns are the best. Best.
Yeah. This is one thing with being poly. You end up finding multiple people who put up with your terrible puns.
Yep.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They get to share it with the next person.
We are punny people.
Yeah, also just bear in mind that at any given moment, the urge to sing the Lion Sleep Tonight is just a whim away.
I also love the idea of meeting people who maybe don't use bi or pan or such labels, but are like multi-attracted people, maybe don't use a label, maybe haven't found one for them. And you just you get to know them, and you're like, holy shit! I don't care what label you're using or not using. You are somewhere in this spectrum with us, and I love it. So some of my favorite stereotypes of bisexuals are what is that shirt? It says lemon bars, puns, and finger guns are apparently bisexual tropes, and I love it.
Oh my god, I just realized I do finger guns a lot.
Yep.
Fuck.
Yeah. Which by the way, yeah, and I will. You know what?
You're a stereotype. Yay.
So I will pull this up and link it. So there is a video that a very good friend and a big like film nerd that's in our bi organization did, and it is supposed to be a satire video that's supposed to be basically making fun of like it's supposed to look like one of those old like 50s or 60s like black and white like PSA announcement videos, and it is called How to Spot a Bisexual. And it really leans
Can we watch
into, oh god, we absolutely can.
Yay.
And it is so great. Oh, there it is. I found it. And yes, I did see your thing, Ursa. I can go ahead and pull up this video real quick, and we can look at this. It's pretty short. It's like 4 minutes, and it really leans in. It's literally called How to Spot a Bisexual PSA. If anybody is not able to watch it for some reason, I will absolutely put it here in the chat. I will also, if you're part of my Discord, I will also share it in our Queer as Fuck channel. Because, you know, that sounds like where it absolutely belongs. Let's see, where's my Queer as Fuck channel? Okay. And then as a reminder, if anybody wants to and is not in it, here is my Discord, and then here's my card with all of my socials. I'm mostly active on Blue Sky, Discord, and I'm getting better with Tumblr. And let's see, let me just pause the music for a moment, and then Okay. Display, capture. Okay, open this. Oh wait, no, because if I do display, it won't share the audio. Okay, so. Let's move it over to how to spot a bisexual.
I keep forgetting you use light mode on like everything.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh my god, you monster! You monster!
Honey, don't act like you didn't fucking know that. You shush. You shush.
I was gonna say light mode YouTube takes me back to like YouTube in 2006.
Okay, let's put this on
Ancient
how
YouTube.
to spot a bisexual.
Just like the Gobo. Ancient.
Oh, you hush up. Okay.
Make me.
And then we're just gonna drag it down here. There we go. Make sure that it's
Perfect.
capture audio. Here we go. Okay. And then I'm going to I'm also going to share it in the Discord as the window just to make sure you guys get audio for it.
Oh, and we don't get to have the echo if we say anything. That's
yes,
good.
exactly. Okay. So
I may have sent something that as well on the related theme.
all right, here we go.
Ooh. Oh yes, bisexual sitting.
The Government Department of Science. The American Council of Patriarchal Fluidity. How to spot a bisexual.
This feels like a Mission Theatre short. Like how to study industrial art.
Well, hi there, sport. On your way to a stickball
I
game?
can't hear it.
Good for you. Bet you have friends there of all kinds of race.
I can't.
Oh,
You
do I
should
need
be
to-
able to on if you watch it on if you watch it in the window
Oh, I need to
share
go on stream.
and not my
Okay, I
camera.
need to go on
Just,
stream.
yeah.
Okay.
Maybe right click and check the stream volume, or if it's muted.
Let me check.
I'm in an advert at the moment, so if you could just
This is
rewind
in gen-
seconds, that would be appreciated.
Alright, can you
Yeah,
all
chat
hear
would
it?
like it to. Chat's ad stop in 80 seconds.
I've got 2 seconds.
Okay.
Can you hear it, Gil?
They're trying to make Stanley Cups a thing here now, and it amuses me.
There we go.
You must suffer as we
Well,
have.
hi there, sport.
Nice sport.
On your way to a stickball
Oh,
game?
hi there, champ.
Good for you. Bet you have friends there of all kinds of races and genders. Attaboy. Some of them are gay and some are lesbian? I thought so. Hey, are any of your friends bisexual? I know that feeling, little Timmy. How can you even know? They can be pretty hard to find. But we're here to help you out. Who am I? Why, I'm a scientist. I work for the government in the Department of Science. And I'm here to help you with a new program we call How to Spot a Bisexual. Look at this young athlete. She's training for something called roller derby. She's practicing covering both the left and right side of the track. But it's not just her roller skating that goes both ways. Her sexuality does too. That's right, she is a bisexual.
She's very pretty. She's cute.
Look at this strapping young lad strolling along, not a care in the world. Would you look at that? He's cuffing his pants. Just another one of the many subtle signs that this fella is a bisexual. Now be very quiet.
here you go,
We don't
Gil.
want to scare him. Well, he's just sitting in that chair after all, not showing any signs of being a bisexual. Oh ho! Maybe we weren't here for him. Just look.
Quiet. We're hunting bisexuals.
Now observe him. Now observe her. Oh, there! There it is! One thing our scientists have learned. bisexuals don't default to sitting in a chair in a traditional fashion. Look here, a little Betty Crocker in training. I wonder what she's making. Maybe it's cookies. Maybe it's a cake for one of her friends. Maybe it's lemon bars. I should have known. If there's one thing that our testing has shown, time and again, bisexuals love a lemon bar.
Out of the oven with your bare hands.
Yeah,
I wasn't gonna say
This is a
anything.
tricky one.
She built
I'm not seeing any cuffed pants.
It's okay.
She doesn't have an undercut.
It's like
Well,
talking
I'm
to
just
people
stumped.
soldering.
I guess
That
we're
is
in the
thing.
wrong place.
People
Excuse me,
talking
miss.
to people holding soldering
I
irons.
just want to thank you for your time and
By
wish
the
you a
metal
wonderful
bars?
rest of your day.
Yes, by the tip.
Oh my goodness! Well, there it is! The rare double finger gun! A sure sign that this young woman is in fact a bisexual.
Finger gun.
You see, little Timmy, there are so many ways to identify a bisexual. We can even test it out one more time. Do you do roller derby? Do you cuff your pants or use finger guns? How do you feel about lemon bars? And let's see how you sit in a chair. So there you have it. We can definitively say, little Timmy, you are not a bisexual. Well, wait
But
just a
Bjorn
gosh
said
darn minute.
pretty gay.
You are a bisexual? Well, I guess we have a little more research to do. It's almost as if you could just ask a person and believe them. That seems way too simple. I guess it's back to the lab for me. Thank you again for all your help,
love
little
that.
Timmy.
It's almost
not
like
just
you
me
could
that
just
thanks you.
ask somebody
It's
and believe
America
them.
that thanks you.
Oh
God
my
bless
That
the
would involve talking to
bisexual
people.
scientific research.
Yeah,
United States of America.
I regularly see.
This video was brought to you by the American Council of Patriotic Fluidity.
The person who
The
did finger
ACPF
guns,
wants
she
you to
usually
keep
hosts
your options
our
open,
crafter, our
but
by
always
crafter
buy American.
And the woman who was making the lemon bars, their one of their partners is the one who made this.
It reminds me of How to Dance with Goth.
Yeah, I love that video. It's so fucking funny.
In fact, there is also How to Be a Goth, and it's like how to pick a goth's name. And one of them it's like Vlad. It blacks out the Kryptonite, and Virgil Roger DuPont the Third. DuPont the Third is the singer of the Crew Shadows.
They were talking about that they want to do another one. It won't be I believe they said it won't be a direct sequel, but it'll basically be like one of those animal documentaries. A bisexual in their natural habitat. I was like, oh my god, I need this.
Bisexual.
I know. I was like, oh my god, I want to be in this one, please, 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 please.
Oi, look over there. That's bisexual.
Oh my god!
Please tell me the US
god.
version's going
I
to get
love that so much.
Yeah, so the UK version gets David Attenborough, the US version gets Morgan Freeman or Whoopi Goldberg.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, that sounds fantastic. Alright. This one is, what are some things that allies could do to be more supportive and validating toward bi people? How about you believe us?
Bye.
Bi must be, yeah, how about you believe us?
First and foremost, believe us. Second of all, give us our goddamn lemon squares.
I want to try one. I've never had one, I think.
Oh,
Really? They're
we
so
talked about
good.
that.
Don't make us do
Slightly-
DC's assessment of how we sit in the office chair.
Give us more comfortable chairs that we can sit in really weirdly.
Ooh,
They actually make crisscross chair, guys.
Yep, they do.
Oh yeah.
I have one. It's great.
I would find a way to sit in it wrong.
That's fair. There is no wrong way. That's the trick. There is no
I would
wrong
still
way.
find a way.
Cross chair. I am so curious.
Yeah, because they've been making the big intent is for like people who are like neurodivergent to be able to sit more comfortably, in a way that helps that may be part of like helping them focus and be more productive. So yes.
cross my legs in my computer chair all the time, and my knees hate me for it. So I've been trying to look for like a cross-leg chair, but I can't find one.
Well, see,
I got
there you
mine
go.
off of
I literally have one leg up on my PC tower at the moment, and one.
Well, you see, there you go. The next time somebody questions that you're part of this community, you tell them, "Bitch, have you seen me sit in a chair?"
Also,
For real. I've
And
never
also,
been able to sit in a chair normally.
and also make sure all the webcam shutters are open because it's so damn hot. I'm sitting here topless.
So toasty pot.
Read, babies.
Yeah, I've had to shut the curtain. I've had to shut the curtains even though it's still very bright outside because, yeah, it's
Point the
just
fan. Point the fan at your crotch and open your legs.
Oh, the fan's in the bedroom. You need to untangle the cables to get it in.
No.
Ah,
That was like last summer. My roommate went out, and when he came home, I was like sitting in the living room, like with a dress, no underwear, and my legs were just spread, and I was like, "It's really hot."
it's
My
really
room faces my living room faces south, and 3/4 of the south facing wall is window, floor to ceiling window. It's basically a greenhouse.
Oh my
I have to say I love these talks, and I said it for the one last weekend, but I also say it for this one. I love the fact that even more than I anticipated, that there was just so much difference and experiences. So like I love the diversity of this talk. I love that, you know, we have people that are bisexual, that are pansexual, some people that might, you know, hover between, people that, and then having someone that, you know, maybe doesn't like to use the label or doesn't fit with the label quite perfectly, but it's like I'm in the spectrum somewhere, which is also a amazing valid experience, and one that I feel like doesn't get nearly as much like validity and acceptance as it should, because we all zip our pants the same way. Okay, just let us be bisexual and just stop questioning us. And I hope that, particularly for you, Bumble, I hope that you and everybody has had a lovely sense of like acceptance and validity in whatever identity or lack of identity that they choose or wish to use.
I just realized there's something that we missed.
What's that?
Unless it happened before I got here. Kindly also maybe stop over-sexualizing and trying to unicorn hunt us into
Oh my God!
being in your threesome.
Yes, Jesus Christ, yes.
Did we touch on unicorn hunting?
We did not touch on
haven't,
unicorn
no.
hunting, but I feel
I
like
never heard the term unicorn hunting.
you've
What is
never.
Neither have
Okay,
I.
so
I've never heard
unicorn.
of
So unicorn
Okay.
hunting is where a straight couple seek a hot bi woman to use as a sex toy.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the term unicorn can have both negative and positive. So there are some people that are like, yes, I am a unicorn, but unicorn is a common iconology for bi people because of
It's so rare.
because like and that we don't exist. We're not
So-
real.
Elusive.
And yeah, and unicorn hunting, as Neko said, not always, but is generally is most commonly seen as a straight couple that seek out a bisexual, usually particularly women, and are more seen as like a sexual object. So it kind of plays into that whole stereotype, particularly of bi women, of being like promiscuous
And
and
particularly
very
bi people
sexual
as well.
driven and very sexual driven. And it is, so yeah, if you hear people talk about unicorn hunting, that's usually what it's referring to.
Yeah,
and it's considered,
and not because that Mariluna carrying a giant inflatable unicorn down to the toilet rave.
And it tends to be a very
Oh, post a picture of this in the
what's
chat.
what's the word? A very
Jeez.
shit. I'm trying to think of the word. The word is well, I mean, it's and like I said, don't get me wrong. You know, some of us are absolutely fall into the bi-slut category, and you know what? We own it and we love it, and it's an identity we hold. So just to be clear, this is in no way any kind of like shame or judgment on people that fall into those and proudly wear those labels. We're mostly talking about the fact that those are often imposed upon us in a non-consensual way, but it is seen as it is considered a very it's usually used in a derogatory sense. It's usually reflecting on the toxicity of this idea of seeing bisexuals as little more than like sexual objects or sexual deviants. But yeah, fuck unicorn hunting. Unless you're into that.
Like a little bit of objectification as a treat if I like you, you know?
Yeah, exactly. If it's consensual, that is absolutely okay. Because some people find empowerment in that, and that's okay.
Don't immediately get weird the moment that I mention I might be bi. That's it. That's simple it.
Be weird. Just don't
Fun
be
fact,
weird.
Just don't be weird. Exactly.
I went through that so much because originally, so I like to think of it's probably because a lot of medical reasons also played a part where normally for most people, like your sex drive will kick in, you know, in like your teenage years. Mine didn't actually kick in until I was like 22, 23. I would like to think part of it is because of medications that affected like my hormones and such. When
it's okay, mine was quite late as well.
Yeah, and at the time, it was when I was still identifying myself as like a lesbian, and mostly sapphic person, and I remember looking in like like women to women, like posting boards and stuff. Holy shit. I would look under the women, and keep in mind that there were sections for male, women. There was also like T for T. There was also
it's for the guys, wasn't it?
There were specifically sections for like, I guess where like unicorn hunting would go, like couples looking for a third and such. I would say 2/3 of the women board were unicorn hunting posts.
Yeah, that's I see that a lot on Fat Life as well.
It's awful. I hate
it. Sorry, I just had to take a look at my Fat Life at the moment to see how much. Okay, yeah, lots. Okay, it's not that bad today. It's mostly just a bunch of bottoms wanting to know if I'll play with them, and one of them saying, "Oh, do you go up to her to wear a dogging spot?" I'm like, "No, piss off." Although, do you want me to read out my best ever Fat Life message?
Oh God, I'm kind of curious. I won't lie, I'm a little bit curious.
Okay, so let's look it up because it's in return to sender.
I'm a little bit curious.
And I should point out that this was not. I posted this in return to sender, but it is not actually a. So it's in return to. No, it's not the return to sender. That's someone trying to. Hold on, let me just find it in my group memberships because there's a lot of people who get upset that they're in return to sender and putting.
What is return to sender? I'm curious.
Return to sender is basically for. Was return to sender gone? Oh no.
It feels like it's got a little bit of that, like, am I the asshole energy?
It kind of is. It's kind of messages that generally women have received.
Okay. And it's like, fuck you, I'm going to share this with others. I love that.
Because usually they are so cursed that.
we may
no,
we will
Return to Sender.
get funnies from it.
Yeah, we will get funnies from it. Yes.
I love that. That gives me the energy
Okay.
of someone who like posts where someone has like a woman, and then on a dating site they get sent dick pics because God knows that happens for some reason, and then instead of replying back, I've seen two great responses. One of them, and I've seen this from like from really confident trans women that'd be like, really? Oh, mine's bigger, and sends a picture. Sends a picture back, or I've seen where somebody will take that picture, and I saw a thing where someone did that. They found this person on Facebook and sent it to their mother or their parents, and I'm like, ooh.
Oh no! It
Ooh.
looks like Return to Sender has been deleted, so I can't find it. But basically, it was a cross-dressery type. You can tell what I mean. It sent me an email about feminine napkins, always in quotes, and I just couldn't help but think of Dr. Evil.
Ew.
So
I
just
like
like
the energy already.
yes, I have a very I love to have feminine napkins. This was sent to me on a vanilla website, so of course it went into Return to Sender because it was sent on a. Yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like Return to Sender has been deleted. Oh no! Someone must have complained enough to get it deleted after having their dodgy dick message.
Their dodgy dick message. I love this. Remember, everyone.
Amazing.
Remember, everyone. Especially in a bi space, you know, you are allowed to have a dick, want a dick, give a dick, suck a dick, take a dick,
Partake in it.
but just don't be a dick.
Do not morph
that's
into it.
Yeah, you can have it, want it, give it, swallow it, take it, just don't be one. We are.
Maybe even smack it.
Yeah, I mean, consensually. Sure.
Oh, smack them around. Yeah.
You can
Bop
twist
it.
it.
Twist it.
No.
So, we've had a lot of like deeper talks and not always great. Thank you, Ursa. I will take a
So,
drinky.
I apologize for that random tangent that may have just completely cursed the chat.
What are some lovely
No
moments
apologies, that was
that
great.
you've experienced as a bi plus person?
So
'Cause, you know-
I want to go back to the
Yeah.
other side for just a second.
Oh, yes.
You're good. So the like supporting like what allies can do, that kind of thing.
Yes.
I will fully disclose that I am in the Midwest, and we actually have been.
Oh, same.
We have 3 organizations out here that actually specifically work towards getting people safety in situations who are in the LGBTQ. We have organizations that we collect donations for at my work that get people out of dangerous situations. If you are LGBTQ, they help you change names, they help you get passports, they help you get things like that. These need to be way more common. We need to have way more common spaces to have LGBTQ people, kids, adults, elderly folk, everyone who has been in the community, whether they are young or old, give them a space to explore everything safely, away from the judgment of other people, that we can help each other with.
Yes. Having those more commonplace, having those more funded, and talking about and being open about why these services are so important.
I mean, like, especially for the
agree.
one that we have, it's like we have, like, every month we have a how to change your name seminar, like how to go through all of that stuff, how to help you figure out all of the legal stuff behind it, how to...
Fuck, I wish I would have had that.
Right?
Yeah, same.
Yeah, like Jesus, especially because here in the States, changing your name, first of all, can be super expensive depending on where you are. Like it can range, it can range anywhere from like about like and by expensive, I'm talking about just like the processing fees and stuff that you have to do, that they can be, like, obviously there are some ways to get exemptions. Like, I got one, because mine, not all states, but mine has one where, if you can prove that paying that cost is a financial burden for you, like, and one way is that if you're already on, like, disability and assistance, that usually gets you an instant waiver. But, like, outside of that, the cost of changing your name in the States can range anywhere from, like, $50 all the way to, in some states, as high as $600.
That's cray
For
cray.
court
It's like
processing fees.
Do you know how much mine costs
How much?
in the UK?
go on.
£11.
Oh, I'm so
Oof.
jealous.
Okay, and do you know what the fun bit is? £5 of that was on some fancy paper for my printer, and £6 was on a nice bottle of wine for my witnesses.
Yes.
Very nice.
So it's actually completely free in the UK to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely not free here, but I will also say that part of the organization that I'm talking about, which if anybody ever needs any info from them, they're called the Solace Center. They will pay all of the fees associated with that.
Yep.
So they will make it completely free for you to do so. And we need more spaces like that where we can have everyone support each other, especially when it comes to things like this. We need to have spaces where we can all learn from each other. Because, I mean, there's even, like, a makeup night where you learn how to do makeup for, like, trans femmes who have never done makeup. There's a hair
Oh,
care
there are
class
people
that
I need to do this for.
Yep. I've seen places that have.
I know this. I know this. I know there's the whole kind of freedom of expression and stuff. But there's a couple of a trans person my girlfriend knows who I want to actually teach how to do makeup, and a local trans person I want to know who I want to teach how to dress herself properly. Just to avoid them being a bit too tragic, if you know what I mean. But not, still keep your expression, but just kind of at least do your makeup correctly and don't look like. And in the case of the makeup one, don't look like one of those sex doll masks.
I mean, unless that's the look they're going for, that's
I'm feeling that's what they're going for, but that's their daily look, and you're like, oh.
But yes, I absolutely agree. Having more access and information about services like that are always super, super important, especially for allies, because that is always an important. Also, I will say this, hot take. I believe that being an ally is something that you do not call yourself. It is a title bestowed upon you as well, because allyship is often about action. We also need to be aware within the queer community is to support allies, because a couple of different things. A friend of mine was actually talking about this very recently, where they were talking about, they were having a lot of thoughts about like what the plus in LGBT plus means. And they said that they believed that one of the things that plus encompasses is people who are not queer themselves, but are directly impacted by the social and political climate of queer people. So, for example, people who are parents of queer children, people who are bisexual and married to partners that may identify as straight. So people who are part of queer families are absolutely welcome in our spaces, as well as the fact that, and particularly for bi-pan people, a lot of times bi and pan people will often either identify themselves as or will often get lumped in with allies because of bi-erasure and the fact that a lot of queer people start as allies.
I just noticed something funky. I was trying to remember how much it cost in Ireland. €80, by the way. Well, €60 for the name change, but €20 for additional affidavits.
Yep.
So €80 total.
I believe mine was roughly 160.
More to the point, I realized something else. It's coming up nearly a decade since I changed my name.
That's exciting!
I
love Good for you. Mwah.
I remember. Yeah,
On the 1st of January. Or well, technically the 31st, but the date I dated it from the 1st of January. We signed it. We signed it early because I wanted to make sure my witness signed it before they drank the wine.
yes. I remember we had to do it via. I did it shortly after the Gender Recognition Act of 2015, so there we go. It's been like a decade, but maybe it might have been delayed a year. I do not remember. Funny.
Yeah.
Yay!
I was 10 years of full time at the beginning of this month.
Ooh.
That's so exciting, y'all.
And because I know this makes everybody laugh. In 2 weeks' time, it's 2 years since I had my origami pussy installed.
Oh my god, I love that. Is my favorite nickname for
Nice.
gender affirming surgery is origami pussy. I love that. I love that so much.
That's a funny one.
So we've talked about both good and bad, and god damn it, I know I have a perfect one for this one. So it's, what are some lovely moments that you've experienced as a bi plus person? And one of mine, I actually just had two of these recently. One of them was that I went
before you go, I just want to say that I do have to go.
Okay.
But
Mwah,
big hug.
thank you for joining
Take
us,
care.
Gilly.
Yeah. Thank you for having.
Yeah.
Apple pie.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Happy.
Bye.
The first, so I
Chat
had
can't
two
see,
of
but
these.
I'm doing a dance for solstice because
So-
it's solstice day.
So
it is solstice, isn't it?
yeah.
And
Yeah.
in my old
So-
job, we used to get people say, "What time is the bus to Stonehenge?" Yeah, that was last night.
So so I've had two of these experiences. So one of them, and they've both been relatively recently too. So one of them, I think I told Fracta about at least one of these. So one of them was that our local Pride weekend, which was the first weekend of the month. So we usually have Pride Fest is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then the parade is on Sunday. So when I went to the parade on Sunday, I met a young person. I'm pretty sure they said male pronouns, but they and another young person with them who I would like to think that I thought they were siblings or close friends. And one of them told me that they had just come out as bisexual that day, which is super adorable.
Oh,
And-
a new hatchling.
Yeah, and
Actually, what is a bisexual hatchling?
and they were,
You
they were
just dropped sniff.
Yeah, and they were rocking a little bit of like bi paraphernalia. So like their shirt and shorts were like two of the three bi colors. I think they had bi socks and like the bi flag, the
This
cape.
was absolutely adorable.
Yeah, and they had a necklace on that had an axe on it, like a necklace charm. And I was making the joke. I was like, well, clearly you're bisexual. Look at that axe around your neck. And they're just like wide eyes being like, oh, you understand what that means? I was like, oh, you sweet, sweet child. I adore it. You adorable being. Yes, I do.
I created that.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, honey.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And the other one that I had was a little after Pride. I think it was the weekend after. And it was, so our organization does tons and tons of events. We do like bi cafe meetups, so like we do coffee like in the mornings on the weekends. We do crafternoons, we have movie nights, we have hiking, we have all different kinds of events. And I went to the bi cafe, I think it was last weekend, and it was one of our first events that was like right after Pride. And I met an adorable family that came to join us. So the mother was like cis het straight, was an ally, and she came with their daughter, who had not too long ago, like at the start of the year, end of last year. Bye Bumble. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
We
Big
have
squish, big
enjoyed
squish.
having you. Mwah.
Thank you. I love you.
Lovely.
This was super reaffirming, and I definitely learned some new things. And yeah,
I love that for
thank
you.
you. So
Have a good
much
day.
love for you always, Empress. I adore you. Goodbye to everybody. I adore you as well, Fracta. Everyone is a cutie
You're all
patootie.
lovely.
And you also stink, but in a good way.
Yay!
I love Bumble so much. And their daughter had just come out as, I believe they were currently flying under like the lesbian flag, but they're still kind of figuring out their identity. Like at the early this year, end of last year, I think. And then her husband, who came with them, he had just come out as bisexual within the last like few months or so. And that was super, and it was super, super sweet that, so when our event is usually in like this one space of the coffee shop, but because there was a private like wedding brunch event, they set us up in the green room that is behind the stage, because it's one of those coffee shops that has like a stage and will sometimes have small bands. And so I was on the couch with her and their daughter for a lot of it, and it was such a beautiful experience to see both a late in life, a early in life, and an ally that connected them together as a queer family. Was so beautiful to see. And the mom was talking about how she's like, you know, I don't know much about it, but I want to learn more, and basically wants to be that source of information to help like communicate and support and give advice to their child. And I was like, well, you know, it doesn't just apply to bisexuals, but there is this book that is very, very good for that, and recommended it to her, and she was like very, very excited. It was also a very short book, so it was like very accessible. I'm actually gonna come back to that book shortly after, but yes, if anybody else would like to share some like lovely moments in like their bi journeys, or as a bi plus person, I leave the floor to some, if anybody else would like to share.
I'd say probably Wave Gotik Treffin this year, where I may have done a lot of snogging of both cute boys and cute girls, and just to have that confidence now, and just be like, I'm so comfortable in my skin. It's just like, yeah, this is good. This is super nice. Although my girlfriend called me a bitch for basically snogging the girl she'd been after for a while.
Which affectionate.
Affectionately, yes.
I agree, because there's definitely a need for like a confidence, because you know, coming out as queer is already like difficult enough, but like getting to that place where you're just like unapologetically who you are, oh, that's so good. That's such a good feeling. I agree.
And when I want smoochums, when was the last time I had smoochums? You all fucking rock. I think everybody here is fantabulous. All of our guests has been amazing. It's been so good to see you all and meet you all and be around you. Nya. Neko is amazing. Lempi is fantastic. Love Madame so much. You're a big old sweetie pie. And Richie
is a cute girl.
And then of course the cute bear that's in a fabulous gown for this event, and I love it.
Cooper. It's lovely to meet you. I've had a lovely time, and it's nice to get to know you.
Honestly, I would say this event right here could be a great, lovely moment as a bi person. That chance to speak and be unapologetically ourselves, and to share those experiences. And lots of diverse experiences, you know. We have people here that are bi and pan. We have people here who are, you know, BIPOC or different cultural backgrounds. We have people that are both in the US, Canada, and outside, and Europe. We have people here that are different varieties of like neurospicy. We also have people that intersect with other queer identities. Like a lot of us here are trans people. Several of us here are poly people, and I love seeing all that different beautiful representation intersect. Nothing is what's the word? What's the word when it's they're not mutually exclusive.
I was gonna say that like, one of the lovely moments as like a bi plus person was doing this event here. This has been fun. It was a fun event.
Good fun event.
Yeah.
I can definitely say that there's been like things like this are awesome, but then also being able to go like my favorite experience was being able to go to like Gen Con or a like comic convention and then going to like the queer room and finding a table for pansexual people there who are just like, we wanted to meet more pansexual people in the game center, we wanted to meet more bi people, so they actually had a whole corner of the convention dedicated to LGBTQ get-togethers.
Oh, I love that. That's gorgeous.
That is cool.
And I love that because and I love how, I also love how excited bi and pan people get. Particularly, I remember one of my friends was telling me that one of our, the last couple years of us doing because one of the many things that we like raise and gather money for our organization, one of the big ones is in order to continue to be able to hand out free flags during Pride, and talking about how excited people were like, oh, you have pan flags. Yes, we do. And they're both pretty well known, but sometimes I feel like sometimes pan can get shadowed, and I think part of it is just the fact that there's bisexual is a little bit more well known. Like I feel like even people that aren't queer have like at least heard of like bisexuals. They're more represented in media, in overt ways as well, and easier to find early on when like it was hard to find a lot of queer merch. I feel like bi was also one of the ones because it's one of the big four, so it's one of the ones that were easier to find versus pansexual until we started having more like niche shops and creators that started putting out more materials for that. Where's my slide? There it is. BIcons! Naming some anime, movies, books that either explicitly or implicitly have bi plus representation. This also can include.
Sakino.
This also absolutely includes that even if they're not like directly called that, but like maybe there's been characters that they've shown that they've dated or expressed attraction to males and females or multiple genders. That absolutely fucking counts. I absolutely have a few icons here. So come on.
Wait, Empress, there's one thing I want to say.
What's that?
Of all the characters in this image, there's one person missing.
Oh, who's that?
Oh.
And that's you.
Aww.
What the fuck?
That's good. I would say Usagi Tsukino.
Oh. Explicit, but the Owl House.
Yeah.
Oh yes. I did not put them there just because I haven't seen the show and knew very well about them, so I wanted to make sure that I put that I didn't mix any up. These are the ones that I know about really well, that will probably be like some of the most well known, so like some of the most visible. So like obviously Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss have a ton of queer representation of all different types, including bi and pan representation. And then of course She-Ra. She-Ra is also another huge one for queer icons and representation. One of my favorites, in fact, being the one in the middle, who is Entrapta, who is super bisexual and also super autistic. And then, of course, you know, Deadpool. Deadpool is known by a lot of comic nerds and comic fans knowing that Deadpool is canonically pansexual. And then, of course, I'm
Got
not...
married to Cable.
Yeah, and Himiko Toga from My Hero Academia, absolutely bi-pan. They have clearly shown attraction and interest in both men and women. Like, they are absolutely bi-pan.
She's attracted to blood types.
Yes. I mean... and these are, and obviously these are only like a few, but these are like some big ones that I figured that a lot of people would probably recognize at the very least, especially the Hell of a Boss and Has Been Hotel, and She-Ra, because those are like two of the biggest like animated media that has not just bi and pan, but tons of queer identities, both sexualities, romantic, ace. They have gender identities represented very, very well.
Okay, so yeah, of course I'm going to say Sailor Moon Usagi is because yes, you've seen her flirting with Haruka and Seiya.
Ooh, that's very true. That's very true.
In fact, the final season of Sailor Moon was not dubbed in the 90s because it was too gay.
Yeah, but
we can't do it. The season's too gay. We can't do it.
So naturally, you're just like, you know what? Being gay, that's not cool. But incest, that's fine. It's fine.
I'd also probably add Ramona Flowers, even though she's not a great character as such. Well, I say not the best of characters in terms of, well, Scott Pilgrim, a lot of the characters are not really great people in general.
Yeah.
But yeah, she is bi, and has to keep reminding Scott that 7 evil exes, not ex-boyfriends.
Yeah. I stan our problematic buys, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't just because you're terrible sometimes does not make you bad.
I feel like it falls into two different camps. Number one, I feel like sometimes problematic representation is similar to the idea of not misgendering shitty people. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like it's, you know,
and in the case of Ramona, I think it's the fact she's problematic. She's not problematic because she's bi. She's just problematic in general. She's a problematic person who happens to be bi.
Yes, exactly. And there's there's a thing that's very important to me when it comes to queer representation, particularly in like media and books and such. But the only way we can reach good, accurate, authentic representation is by getting shitty representation first. Like, you have to remember that when you look in the timeline of queer history and representation, there was a time when, like, it was absolutely unheard of to even acknowledge that queer people existed. And to get from that...
It was in the 70s, like in the 70s, it was generally Kenneth Williams going, ooh, matron.
And to move from intentional not acknowledging that they even existed to problematic representation, that is still a step. It's not where we want to stop, but it's absolutely a part of our history. Like, for example, a really and also a great reminder of like bi erasure. There was a show in like the 90s, 2000s. It was called The L Word. It was a live action series that was on Showtime in the US, and it was about a group of queer friends in LA, and they absolutely showed a lot of openness about bisexuality, both problematic and non-problematic, and the idea of like what bi erasure often looks like, and the idea that there's this pressure of like, god damn it, just pick a side, when that is not how it works. And now granted, a lot of things in that show probably haven't aged well, because, you know, queer is ever morphing, ever shifting, ever changing, but absolutely a great series that shows representation for trans people, gay and lesbian people, people who are, they had representation for bisexual. They also had representation specific, really niche representations as well. So, for example, they had a plot line where it was a trans person who was a trans mask and got pregnant. That is a very niche, but that is something that can be part of like the trans identity. That is a real thing, and that's why we have this issue of like being encompassing of like birthing individuals, because just because a birthing individual does not mean that they're a woman, that they're a cishet woman. That affects other people, and the idea that they had such niche and like experiences that maybe aren't the first thing you think of when it comes to these to queer identities and queer spaces was a huge monumental part of was a huge step in queer identity and representation in media, and having more gender ambiguous people, and having people that are like ambiguous but absolutely could lean into queer identity. I swear to God, Kat, if you scratch that wall, I'm gonna stab you. I love you. And those are super, super important, and I love that we're seeing it all across the board too. I remember when we talked about this last weekend about trans and non-binary identities, that I loved that each person that spoke with us talked about all different things. So like we had someone who was talking about like trans and non-binary experience representation in wrestling. We had people that were talking about it in books. We had people that were talking about it in video games. We had it in anime. We had it in like American produced. We had comics, and it's penetrating every walk of life. And that's another part I love about these talks, is that we all fall in different interest categories and niche communities, and the queer experience is found in every single one. Sometimes you have to look a little harder for them, depending on what communities and what like time period you're looking at, but they're always there, and I adore that.
I will say, like, as other, like, bi representations in media, there's, like, Luz from the Owl House, Luna Loud from the Loud House, and, Marceline from Adventure Time.
Oh yeah, Marceline. Yeah, Marceline's absolutely bi-pan. Yep.
Yeah.
And I love that I would like to hope that one day that maybe we'll have more explicit representation, like, you know, it'll be like something more like something that bridges the gap between, oh, they've had a relationship with a man and a woman, but that doesn't mean that they're bi. Maybe they just figured it out. Versus like something where it's like more direct.
Thempy, we need to show you the Owl House. There's an entire scene where they do a slideshow for their mom coming out. Okay?
Yes, I remember you telling me that. It is on my list.
I think I showed it to you.
I've had so many people tell me about Owl House when we have queer conversations, and it's definitely on my list. It's definitely on my upcoming list.
I mean, just to talk about city representation in Owl House for just one more moment as well. I absolutely loved that they had representation of older queers, that they had trans NB representation, and that they had really good representations of mental health issues.
They also had a straight passing couple that was actually gay.
Ooh, wait, which ones?
The Willow and what's his name?
Oh, the fancy boy with the fancy magic.
Yes.
Oh yeah, no way,
fancy boy with the fancy magic. I love that.
We know who's being told about.
Because Willow herself is bi.
Yeah.
And then
there's no way he's straight.
Yeah, no, I want to say he's either demi or he's something along those lines, but he still falls under the queer umbrella.
Yes.
I also love that
Definitely.
there's a growing trend nowadays, especially with social media and everything. There's a growing trend where, like, during Pride Month, creators will come out and just be like, look at all these, like, queer characters. Like, they did, like, you've seen ones for, like, Hell of a Boss or Sheer, where it's like, you know, this person is, you know, let's celebrate these characters that are absolutely queer, and will sometimes, like, explicitly tell you, like, where in the LGBT they are, which is also nice. I love that. Even if they never explicitly say it in the show, they're telling us, just so you know, these are absolutely queer characters. And
Like,
I love that.
sometimes it's not about your sometimes it's not about your sexuality. It's about punching Nazis, you know?
Exactly.
Ugh, punching Nazis.
Smooching comes
that is
after.
hot.
I will say that
Anti-fascism.
there is one person who is not an anime character, but I'm a big Jurassic Park nerd. I'm a big dinosaur nerd.
Yes.
And Dawana Wise, who plays Kayla Watts, the female pilot from Dominion, who was like the badass who saves Chris Pratt. She herself is actually bi, and so is her character.
Ooh, I
nice.
love that.
I just wish she was in a better movie.
Which
I haven't watched a lot of those newer ones. I should maybe give them another watch.
I also want to personally recommend. So for my neurospicy brain, reading can be really, really difficult for me. But I have been really getting into, like, finding audiobooks, and I have a couple that have that are bi plus representative that I would absolutely love to share, and also points for you if you read these and tell me about them, because I will feel super, super extra special that I'm like my personal favorite, one of my personal favorites, and the only one that I actually read, like, through paper, was this one in the middle. It's a series by Isabel Sterling. It's a YA series, and I say series, but there's two, and then there's a Kindle prequel. It's by Isabel Sterling, and it's called These Witches Don't Burn. And then the sequel, This Coven
I love
Won't
that
Break.
series.
Yes, I absolutely love that series, and they have explicit bisexual representation. If I recall correctly, I believe the character who is bisexual, also that they explicitly said that one or both of her parents are also bisexual, if I recall correctly. Which is another amazing level of, like, bisexual representation.
I haven't gotten very far, but I think it's the dad.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they say one or both of their parents are also bisexual. So it has great bi representation. There's also this one on the right that I'm actually currently reading, but it grabbed me because in the very first chapter, one of the characters explicitly labels herself as bisexual, because when they're talking about, like, her coming out, she said baby bisexual. You're a bisexual, and you said it very directly. I love that so much. That one, so the middle one is a queer fantasy. It is a supernatural fantasy, so it's like a world with, like, witches and magic. There is bi representation. There is trans representation. There is lesbian representation, queer representation, and something I particularly love, both toxic and non-toxic queer representation side by side, which I also love. Because I feel like sometimes that's not always done very well, and it is a little bit of a mystery fantasy adventure book, very, very good. The second one in particular has excellent mental health representation, particularly representing a perspective of a person who has PTSD, which is also great. The second one, that's called Roll for Love, is, as you can imagine, it is a D&D focused one. So it is about is a sapphic romance between two femme people, and one of them is explicitly bisexual, and it is a D&D center, so it's like them playing a D&D, and it's supposed to be like first their characters fall in love and then they do. So I'm very excited to keep reading that. Yeah, I'm very excited to keep reading this one. Which, by the way,
Do you think you can?
Yeah, I can
Can you
absolutely
post
send it
these
to
in
you.
your server?
I sure can. Also, all three of these have audiobooks on Spotify. So if you have Spotify Premium, you probably have access to these as audiobooks as well. And then the last one, which is the one on the left, that one is more of an educational guide. So this is actually the one I mentioned earlier that I recommended to the woman who came with us to our bi cafe, whose husband and child identified as queer and bi very recently. It's a very short book too. I think the audiobook is like under 2 hours. I think the book itself is under 200 pages. So it's pretty short too.
Mhm.
And it talks about like coming out, dating, parenting. They also have a specific section in there that is talking about how to better support and understand if for example, if you're in a relationship with someone who's bisexual, which is something that's really, really great. So it really works for people that are bi or pan that are understanding themselves, as well as other queer people to like understand that yes, bi and pan is a valid identity and it's not just a phase, or at least it doesn't have to be, because I completely like the idea of being bi as a phase. That's absolutely valid. Some people do. Some people do use that as an exploration, as a stepping stone to discover and understand themselves. But it doesn't have to be. As well as for people who are maybe not bi and have partners or loved ones and want to understand them more and understand what bi erasure is and how it looks like to be a better ally as well. Very, very good.
Blah, blah.
Yeah, this one is it's called Bisexuality: The Basics, your Q&A guide to coming out, dating, parenting, and beyond. It's by Lewis Oakley, who is I discovered is apparently a bi advocate in the UK. They're known for an advice column that's called Ask a Bi Dad.
Aw, I love that.
Yeah, I know. I thought that was very, very cute. And it's a really, really great read. I highly recommend all of these. And, of course, there's also one last thing I want to share that I wanted to share this. I have made a design that is I've been working on a t-shirt design that is going to be for multi-sexuals. And it has the bi, pan, abro, omni, and polysexual flag. And it is going to be a set of pixel hearts of those pride flags. And it says, choosing sounds like a skill issue. Because we need more multi-sexual merch. So wanted to put this out there, that this is something I'm working on and I'm kind of cooking up. And I'm hoping to get this as a t-shirt design. I'm thinking that I'm probably going to start it when I'm ready. I'm probably going to start it as like a pre-order to get the shirts, and then I'll probably also do it as like a package where you can also pair up like stickers and a pride bracelet made by me with it as well for whichever flag you actually fall under. And I'm very, very excited about this. I'm super, super excited, especially for how many like abrosexuals I've been coming across that are ones like, because particularly abro and omni do not get represented very much. Even now, they are definitely considered more niche identities that don't get a lot of representation. And I really loved the idea of trying to do one that covers them, but also allows it to be workable for lots of different queer people. I'm very excited about this. I actually just finished this yesterday.
So quick question about that.
Yes.
So since it is Pride Month, I am going to start selling Pride merch in the salon since I'm going to be getting my own studio and my own space in the salon.
I'm so excited for you.
So I want your permission to sell some of your stuff.
Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes.
Choosing skill issue.
I know, and I was like, oh my god, that's such like, and I love that that's such a, and I feel like that's a skill issue, has become a very common, like, choice of saying things for both. It's one of those ones I feel like has gone, for both people that are in like my generation, that are like the millennials,
Yeah.
as well as people that are like,
Hey, Ben.
the Zoomers. So it's one that also
Yee.
encompasses a lot of like generational gaps. Hi, Ben.
Are y'all still going?
Yes. We're near
All right,
the
I'll be
end,
back
but
in a second.
we're still here. Y'all are still going? Yes, yes, we are.
It's
and-
nearly
Yes.
midnight. I fucked up everything today. It's all fine. Hi.
No, we adore you. Mwah.
Nah.
But yeah, I'm very, very excited for this. Because you know, as a small creator, that's been one of the struggles for me making queer merch, because I personally want to do so much queer merch. I also want to do particularly like overlapping of queer and neurodivergent merch. Is also something that I really, really want to do. And it's taken me a while to figure out like what is the best way for me to make this work in a way where I can do lots of different things, but also be realistic in like production and shipping and all that fun stuff. So those are the logistics I'm still working on, but I'm hoping that I will have a Pride collection up by spring of next year would be my ideal, so that people can like look into it and buy it and get it in time for like during the summer when Pride months are, which by the way is a very interesting new thing that I've encountered as far as we were actually just talking about this at our bi discussion group recently, which was talking about the part that colonialism as far as queer, because we are often the center of the world. Like we often lead in many ways, for good or bad. And apparently it was brought to me that that they were talking about I think it was something going on in Australia where actually, you know what, Ben, you were the one telling me about that. Why don't you tell us about the thing you were telling me, the thing about colonialism and like focusing on June instead of other significant times for other countries?
So it was specifically a post about Australian Pride and saying that there was a movement in Australia to have Pride be in July because that was the time that homosexuality was decriminalized in Australia.
Nice.
And that a lot of the younger people in Australia know more about American Pride history than they do about Australian Pride. In particular, how tightly knit Australian Pride and Australia's LGBT community is with the Indigenous community, and that the Indigenous community showed up to protests for years in droves in Australia.
It sounds like they were
supporting
very.
them.
It sounds like they were. It was very similar to how the leather daddy community and the biker dykes were for us here in the U.S. That a lot of the kink community was for us here, because there was something very similar for us in the U.S. where even though some people may argue whether or not they are part of the LGBT, despite the fact that they're not necessarily part of the LGBT acronym, they are very, very closely integrated and part of the queer community as a whole because of them doing the same thing. That like leather daddies and the leather community was a very, very huge presence in standing by us and marching with us for our rights and our safety. So it sounds like it might have been very similar to how the indigenous community is connected to the queer community in Australia.
Yeah, and one of the things one of the charities I'm raising money for this month for the Pride stuff is actually trying to undo some of the damage the British Empire did with regards to gay rights in the Commonwealth.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that it kind of colonialism has spread in both good, in bad ways as well.
Yeah.
And also, I should also point out that in UK we don't have a specific Pride month as such. The events just kind of run over the summer. But corporate Pride is June, but generally because a lot of places don't want to clash with other events, we sort of our Pride sort of runs from kind of like May to.
But I definitely do. I definitely understand this whole. I definitely understand this whole idea of like, for example, I feel like a good example.
We have like 6 months of Pride here.
I feel like that's not enough. But I feel like
we need more.
Yes, I feel like
we need more, but the weather's bad.
I feel like it's very similar to like how when like for example when Thanksgiving comes up, a lot of Americans do not realize that Thanksgiving happens in like Canada, but isn't the same time as us. And I believe is it Mother's Day or Father's Day? I think that's at a different time than the US and the UK.
Yeah, for us.
Is what?
Mother's Day is different. Mother's Day is different.
Yes. So, and this idea of like, oh my God, other countries have different times when they celebrate. And, that really got me thinking about when you were talking about for like Australia that like, the queer fight is all over the place. And
here's
definitely
a fun one.
Yes.
World Book Day in the UK is on a different day to the rest of the world because it clashes with St. George's Day.
And that's fair.
And also fairly regularly falls in the school holidays, so therefore they moved it to the beginning of March where it won't be in school holidays. So therefore the kids can learn about books in school.
I feel like it's super important to make sure that we're acknowledging other places having significant attachments for queer communities to other parts of the year, and it helps support the idea of that Pride isn't just something you do one day. It's not something you do 1 week or even 1 month. It is all year round because there are milestones everywhere. In the same way that we have
Pride was beginning of Pride in Amsterdam was like the last weekend in July, I think it was.
I think that it's important to do more than just acknowledge. I think it's important to decentralize American Pride.
Yes.
Because so many people that are opposed to it say stupid things like, well, you got gay marriage, so why are you still fighting? Because it is illegal to be gay in scores of countries still.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's not just about our lives here. It's about the idea that, we're not free to safely travel and explore so many places in the world that have such rich history and amazing things to do and see. And it's mainly and part of it is because we would not be safe to go to those places.
I have to pick airlines carefully when flying to Asia because I can't connect to the Middle East.
Yep. And that's super, super important.
Or China, and of course anything that flies over Russia is probably going to be problematic if you have an in-flight emergency. So,
yes.
You have to kind of be quite careful in that respect.
Yes, and understanding that, and opening the door and showing people more that it's not just an American issue. It's not just a European issue. It is a worldwide issue because there are queer people in every country. There are queer people in every age gap. There are queer people in every race and culture and in every walk of life. I think, Ben, you were saying something at discussion group, something about the whole like arguing that certain identities are so new and new agey, but they despite the fact that they
Yes,
don't have the words for 'em. Yeah.
I have a so the concept of your sexuality being an identity in Western culture is only maybe 100 years old. However, in indigenous cultures in the Americas, uh, third gender identities such as two-spirit have existed and been recognized as identities for longer than the English language has existed.
And
I need to jump in here because I am Native American, and they're okay. First off,
yes.
there's 4 of them. There's
I'm aware there
obviously
are
the
more than one. Yeah,
yeah. There's
sorry,
2.
I didn't mean to.
No, you're good. So it's just okay. So there are 4. There's two spirit, and then there's what's called free spirit, which is where
Okay.
you go in between all of them,
Okay.
where they literally have like a gender fluid, and they have had for a long time, and it's
Oh.
also dependent upon region. So the farther you go towards California, 4 spirit was more common, versus more like Midwest, Mid America, it was 2 or 3 spirit. So it depended upon like where you were in the Americas of which tribe you were in as to what language you used in regards to that. And then also the farther in Midland you came, more poly and same-sex marriages became more common, versus the farther out you went towards like California, they weren't as common, but they also weren't like ruled against either.
Thank you for that
That also
context.
made me think
was
as
very
well
helpful.
that the two S isn't really a thing over here in terms of our pride acronym,
Thank you for
because obviously we don't have that kind of link because history.
Yeah, I
Because
would
you killed
also
all the pagans.
no, I would like to point out that the
Unfortunately, too many pagans
that
over here are problematic because unfortunately the hippies over here tend to be very conservatives.
yeah they yuppies, I'm afraid.
I do
So-
have a little bit of knowledge on a lot, like on this subject in general, when it comes to like some of the history and paganism things, because it's something I've been studying for a while. Because I do have a tribe that I can look up some of this stuff with, and then I have a priestess who helps me with a lot of the history behind this stuff, because she's also done studying and done like overseas looking into some of this stuff, and we've both looked at historical articles about some of it. Because a
Like-
lot of it's more well documented in immigration stuff than it is in actual historical novels from the area.
Agreed.
Please note there were never any snakes in Ireland.
They were pagans.
Yes, when St. Patrick
you should be
drove
saying
out
this.
the snake, he was murdering pagans.
Is that what
Specifically
that
pagans
was?
and children.
There is also an argument to say that converting by the sword is also a thing that may have happened.
Yes, my father's side,
Welsh lads, oof.
my father's side explicitly has a story passed down about being forced to convert.
It happened a lot, and then of course during the occupation by English, for hundreds of years, which was Christianity, was also illegal. So we sort of reverted to a more pagan form of Christianity.
Yeah, because there's the whole Catholicism versus Protestantism, and yes, I am very sorry for what happened because.
Oh, thank you,
Yeah,
sweetheart. You didn't do it.
I look at our history and like, this is not good. We were bloody awful to you lot. And
I'm glad that we got the vote at some point. What was it? Look up the number. It's actually embarrassing for you.
Yeah, because I was involved in someone who's just like no one in Ireland fought in World War I. I was like, well, Ireland was still not independent at that point.
Yeah.
So
and shit tons of people did.
1822, learned some history, and I got basically, I got a feeling that they are in the north and
Okay.
of the unionist kind of nutjob perspective.
Good point, baby bear. That is true.
Very true, very true. I actually remember I had a
I-
teacher that told me that when he was younger, he was like ostracized and wasn't like, because it was a common thing in like in schools and stuff that here where like there would be like treats or something, like if you wear green for St. Patrick's Day, and he didn't get any because he came wearing orange.
Well,
Orange
fair.
was also acceptable though, but because green was Catholic and orange was Protestant.
Yes, yeah, but that
Yeah.
wasn't.
Yeah.
The history is a bit more violent than that.
Yes, and
Right.
but the concept is that like in
And
mainstream.
to this day is still a problem. Like we have currently, right now, there was an actual pogrom started up.
Yeah, and it's also the
I gotta
case in
go.
Scotland as
Bye.
well.
All right,
because-
bye.
to some extent as well, and it's just like, I know when they were kicking off quite badly. I know quite a few of the Irish was like, you at this point you can keep them,
So
because
I'll wait till the ad
they
ends.
the whole kind of, because the problem is they're not a lot of the unionists are complete and utter assholes, if I'm honest, and to be honest, I leave the subject of Northern Iron up to Northern Iron, and I basically, my perspective is, if you want to unify, I have no problem with that.
Yes, my perspective is that the entire North is suffering under generations of abuse, and it'll take around 120 years, if not 200 years, for us to sort it all out.
That's fair.
So until then, I'm
Yeah.
quite happy for it to be an absolute drain on your state, and I'm sure lots of people up there feel the same.
Yeah.
Yes. And now that the ads
It's the
have ended,
points up there, you absolute.
now that the ads
But
have
yeah,
ended,
but
I
Fractor,
will,
you know the thing. You know me. I am just like,
Yeah, you're a sweetheart and lovely.
I'm cool. I'd rather learn about your history and actually just and be like, yeah, we were shitty. This needs to get sorted out. But also, yeah, I don't think either of us really want what's going on up there at the moment.
Yeah, it's very butts. It's very bad. It's fueled entirely by a sense of ability to just do shit like that, because historically they were just allowed to do with that shit like that against Catholics, and right now they're doing it against immigrants.
and
Yeah,
just
we
as a
don't like
reminder
this.
for anybody who's watching with us, so as we ramble, that this is also a time that if anybody would like to
Yes,
talk or add anything more, or feel free to ask questions.
Please bring us back on topic.
Answer any questions, as well as just the buy and pan experience just in general. One of my favorite things, buy puns and buy merch. One of my favorite ones I saw at Pride this year was "I'm a slut for all the butts," and butts was in buy Pride colors.
Nice.
Although to be super autistic,
Whereas Miss Lala said the B in LGBT stands for buffet, because we eat anything on two legs.
okay, just saying though, my autistic brain really wants to be. My autistic brain looks back and wants to go up to this person and say, "So there's a little typo on your shirt, my friend. It should say I'm a slut for most of the butts." Because bisexuals are that we like more than one gender, but not necessarily all genders. So I really want to be like, no. It's I'm a slut for
It's
most.
got a
of us.
rhyme.
I know.
It's got a rhyme.
I know.
We
But
find another
also,
phrase that works, still rhymes, and means the same. Okay, so just before, because I feel we're getting off of the topic, like Witchy Baby Bear there has some amazing things saying about that Celtic pagans had specific hand fasting ceremony for same-sex marriage. Amazing and lovely. I
have one of those in 2 weeks.
Like, awesome. So sorry. I feel that puritanicalism has also just erased it away, and we assume that in the West, there wasn't much things about that, but right down to ancient Greece and Rome, Rome had a third gender. They recognized.
Really?
They recognize, like the Romans had. Like, don't ever think that it was just back to some kind of pure sissy hetty fucking place, because goddamn Rome and Greece was anything but. Yeah, the fucking Greeks. Yes, the like, for example, it was a people who were women with high testosterone were recognized as another form of man in Roman society. Yeah. And now non-binary gods and goddesses. Yes.
So according to this, it says that the word bisexual was first used in English as early as 1892.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a lot older than I thought.
Yes.
Actually.
Did you look to see that also specifically originates to the fact that it was treated as a mental illness at the time?
Yep.
Yeah, but at the same time, they also treated it. There was also hysteria, which was basically treated by giving girls or women vibration.
Yeah. Well, hysteria was essentially premenopause.
Yeah.
It was a hormonal form of premenopause that we still have to this day, but because it is more, not radicalized, but more medically acknowledged that it's something that women go through, it's like a second puberty, then yeah, it makes more sense that if you had a child at 12, then yeah, at 22 you'd be going through premenopause hysteria.
Also, can we also address the idea that can we also I never said this earlier, but can we also address the idea of bi-erasure in the form of people saying, well, you're half gay? No, I am not, bitch. I am double gay. I'm premium gay.
Premium gay. Yes.
Premium gay.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Premium gay.
My tracking's broken.
Also, for the pansexuals, can we just agree that pansexual is not bisexual with extra steps?
Yes, and it does not involve cooking either, because I am pan and I cannot save my life.
You know, I discovered something interesting that Ben told me. So the term, one of the slogans that's really popular for pansexuals, which is parts, not parts, I was not aware that was actually coined by a bisexual.
Yeah, for a while I was involved in a debate with a bi friend over the bi versus pan thing, and I was just like, I was like, they are pretty similar. I think some people just want to use pan to be absolutely sure that it's understood that they're an inclusive bi. I know that's probably not the best way to phrase it, but there's a lot of overlap between inclusive bi and pan.
Yeah,
and
there is.
I think, given some of the history of bisexual and the exclusioniness that some people who are generally assholes try to apply to it, I can kind of see why that maybe pan came out as a thing. But so I tend to say I'm bi-pan.
Yeah.
Well, the thing for me too is like I relate it back to the deity Pan from pagan from Greek mythology.
Yes.
Like it's not about the god, it's about the idea.
Yes.
They themselves were ever changing and ever moving. They never had a specific true form. And of the form they took, it was a hodgepodge of all of the different forms that all of the deities at that time had. So it's like, I'm not tied down to a specific idea. I don't have to fall anywhere in the binary. I like the person, not the parts.
Yeah. And I know there's also been some discourse over those where, and I get it, and I feel like we're never going to find something that pleases everyone. But I understand that the whole idea of like parts, not hearts, is referring to the fact that pans, unlike bisexuals to a lot of people, encompasses this idea that gender doesn't or plays a very little part in their attraction. So it has to do with more how you feel rather than what their body is. But then there's also some people that are trying to say that that's implying indirectly that bisexuals are only focused on genitals, which is absolutely ridiculous. Like, ew, have you seen genitals? They're weird.
I mean,
No, I don't know. I might have
weird.
to like check more of them out. Check more of them out. Just make sure.
Yeah. We need to inspect more genitals.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
need to
there's
check
a
the
reason that
mouthfeel.
some of us
So,
have
so we
certain...
basically just need to make sure that they look good, they taste good, they.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I don't even know what to say to that. I adore you.
Yeah.
I mean, like, so this is the big thing
Wow.
for me too when it comes to some of the bi stuff too, because like as someone who makes some spicy content and like posts it in my server, FYI, if you aren't a part of my server, there is a spot for that. It's one of those things of like, I'm as a bi person, well, as a pan person, but underneath the bi umbrella, it's also one of those of like when I make content and people are like, "Oh, who is this directed for?" or "What community was this directed for?" I'm like, "Bitch, it was directed for everybody. I'm not showing off my tits just for guys or just for girls. It's for everybody."
Like, I'm just like, oh my god, have you seen women? They're gorgeous.
Exactly.
I fall into the I'm bisexual. I date men and women. I date men and I'm bisexual because I like women, but I tolerate men because I'm attracted to them.
Yeah, that's most bi women's experience, and possibly by MBs as well.
It's kind of like the whole I'm attracted to all women and only very few men.
I need a man who's I need one of the experiences is that I need a man that isn't gonna say don't put makeup on me because people will think I'm gay. They're gonna say don't put makeup on me because it clashes with what I'm wearing today.
Exactly.
So
I'm not feeling that color scheme today.
Yeah, so as I say, like partner who I tried dating, and so I tried dating. Well, I was going to try dating her one of her other partners, and he was like, it's not going to work out. I'm not attracted. He would say that's because I'm too girly.
Anybody seen? And I've seen a couple people
Gender
wear this.
affirming turned on.
Gender affirming in crash and burn when dating.
I want to date the kind of man that would be seen wearing that really ridiculous shirt that's been going around that says alpha male, but it's pink and it has a unicorn and a rainbow on it, and is super cute. And I'm just like, oh my god. If you're a guy wearing that shirt and is comfortably wearing that shirt, there's probably a chance.
So here's the thing I love about some of those shirts, right? Because one of my clients came in and we were talking about this, and they're a computer programmer, and they're like, I feel like when when anyone refers to themselves as an alpha, I take it in the form of computer programming, where you're violently unstable and you have no boundaries and you have no idea what's going on. You just know you have a purpose to get A to B, and that's it.
But what about C? What about C and D and
they're an alpha. They don't know what's going on.
And the number 7.
Funny. Excellent.
Hello.
Love.
I want to date a man who would absolutely. I feel like it was sort of like what Bumble was talking about, like that. Like when it comes to like when it comes to men and masculine people, especially.
Given IT, does that mean like
this
alpha
idea
of alpha is the Andrew Tate?
When it comes to men,
Peter is the furry, and C is the programmer socks, and D is the trans woman.
Like when it comes to men, for me, my source of attraction is often the more that they are outside of like the gender norm and like the patriarchy, I'm more attracted. Like if they're a person that might just not to call you out, Ben, but will just randomly be like, look at my thigh-high boots, aren't they fabulous? I'm like, yes, that's the kind of masculine energy I'm looking for.
You have thigh highs? Please show.
I don't have them with me. I just left work.
Oh.
I actually left work. Can I mention that there is the higher precedences of certain illnesses in the queer community compared to the straight community?
Yes.
Did that come up yet?
Yes. We were talking about. Are you talking about both? I'm assuming you're talking about the way you worded it. I'm assuming you're talking about both like mental, such as like depression and neurodiversity, but also certain kinds of physical illness.
Yeah, if it's some kind of physical,
autoimmune diseases are more common in the queer
in the UK.
community.
It's free of charge.
Yes, we were talking about. I know I brought up at one point
Migraines,
the concept,
which I'm having right now.
I was talking about the concept of like a certain kind of like issue with erasure and visibility, being the fact that because of the fact that bisexuals make up one of the biggest portions of the LGBT, which means it stands to reason that, and because there's so much overlap with like neurodiversity as well as like chronic illness and, you know, like you said, autoimmune diseases as well, but which means,
and migraines.
yes, which means there's also a big part of problem that we often don't always get seen like we should, because of the fact that those put additional barriers for us for being seen and going out and being visible and marching. Because, you know, what if, like, for example, me and Ben have a friend who's pan and among other things has like fibromyalgia, which is something that's going to put a lot of barriers for them to go and march, to go be seen, to go to pride events and, you know, be authentically seen.
Okay. I'll give a little story here. So a few years back, the local Pride, it turned out they knew someone who worked for the local bus company, and even though the bus company was owned by a completely utterly homophobic owner, they managed to obtain the use of a bus, and the staff at the local depot decorated it all up for Pride, and it's just like they did get some blowback off that, but it was basically the idea was for those that were unable to physically march, they could ride on the bus.
Yes, yes.
Nice.
And that just goes to demonstrate how important it is to consider that idea that none of us are one single thing is never our identity. Like, for example, I'm just as much as a bisexual.
And I did point out to them that, yes, whilst head office may not have approved of this, the fact that the local staff were willing to take one of these companies' buses and decorate it up for Pride and put it in as a free of charge thing was just kind of like, it wasn't a corporate entry, put it that way. It was literally done by the local staff at the bus depot. It was not approved by head office, but because head office was owned by put it this way, We Free is probably the best way to describe them. They're the kind that lock playgrounds on a Sunday because you can't have Sundays. That kind of fire and hellbrand Christian type.
I love that. I feel like and like I said, I think that an important thing is that no matter what people say about like the stereotype of like, oh, you make being gay your entire personality, and it's nobody is ever one thing. Like for me, I am just as much of a queer bisexual as I am. I'm just as much a part of like the queer bisexual community as I am the autistic neurodiversity community. People can be just as much queer as they are part of BIPOC and biracial spaces. They can be disabled people and queer people. And the fact that those identities somehow simultaneously exist on their own, but also intersect together, is one of the reasons why we can never say the job is done until everybody has that same kind of freedom and support. Because like, oh, we liberated, we helped all the gay people. Well, what about trans people? Like, a lot of people might be gay and trans, or the work isn't done until we deal with ableism. It isn't done until we deal with racism. It isn't done until we deal with homophobia and transphobia, and seeing all of these communities come together and seeing how much they overlap is so special.
I'm sorry, I have to go.
That's fine. We are
it's
actually wrapping up. So, and I just want to say, yes.
Can I point out the point that you made about people crying out about people making gay their entire identity? More often than not, the person posting that on the internet is wearing a cross in their profile picture, talking about how people shouldn't wear clothing that shows their identity.
Isn't it always a tell? They're always telling on themselves.
Just the hypocrisy.
They're always telling on themselves. Everything they complain that somebody else is doing, it's just like, oh yeah, this is totally in our playbook. We totally indoctrinate our children to be blah blah blah. It's all weird. Anyway, big squish, squish, squish,
They have worded it. They have worded it. Bye. Demi has worded it so perfectly. You're making queer your entire personality. Well, I'll stop focusing on it when it's no longer the one defining aspect that shapes my experience when interacting with systems of oppression. Jesus fucking Christ, yes.
The ones who complain about that tend to be the ones that make MAGA or K or the Irish equivalent their whole personality.
You know what? As a bisexual, I was just like, you know what? The reason you don't like bi people is because you're so scared I'll fuck your wife or your husband. So shut the fuck up.
And they'll like it better.
Yeah.
You don't like that I'm bisexual? I'll fuck your dad.
Hell,
Jesus Christ. Jesus fuck.
Now the other thing I will say, about a lot of this too, is especially when it comes to the bi experience, I feel like we as a whole community need to come together and be a little bit more queer umbrella-y with everybody, because that's the only way we were going to get all of this settled.
Yes.
That's the only way we're going to get everybody on the same page. That's the only way that we're all going to get the fair treatment we need is everybody comes together and says we are a part of the community. We are a part of the LGBTQ.
I feel like a big part of the bi-pan experience is very similar to the trans non-binary experience, where it's should we have to educate people? No. Should we have to explain who and what we are? No. But there is an integral part of making things better that comes with education and being visible, and that's just part of the experience. Should we have to do it? No. But there is a part of the work to make it better that is a part of. Yeah. So, yeah. And
I just want everyone to know, however you identify, you are valid, you are loved.
Yes. And I am so thankful for everybody coming in and joining me. From both Ben popping in and out during their breaks, Madam, Neko, and Ursa, who have been here through the whole thing, as well as our wonderful little goblin gremlins, Fracta and Bumble, who have been part of us. And again, I am so happy that we had such a wide, diverse level of experience. We have people who are bi, pan, we have people that identify as both, we have people who maybe don't fit in a label or don't use a label, we've had people with who are part of lots and lots of different intersectionality communities of different races, different parts of the world and country, people who have had different upbringings, people who are in different age categories, and that's so super important to show that this is not a trend, this is not a phase. I mean, it can be, but it doesn't have to be. And if bi and pan is how you feel as a permanent identity, that is valid. If you are trying it on to figure out yourself and decide that bi isn't right for you, that is also okay. But Jesus fuck, people, stop being an asshole. Remember, have a dick, want a dick, take a dick, suck a dick. Just don't be a dick. That's really the important thing, okay? But
yeah. Don't let your penis write your FetLife message.
Yeah, please
fuck
don't.
other people. Don't fuck the community, please.
Did you say don't let your penis write your FetLife profile?
Yes.
I love that. And let me just make sure.
Yeah. But when I get those kind of messages, I kind of imagine the penis
I
writing
want
it.
to make sure that the raid calls
Someone
are working.
someone usually typing on the keyboard with their penis.
Okay. So we're gonna take a look and see who is on and about. So these are the raid calls I have. They're very similar to the one we had last weekend, but I include bi, pan, and gay flags. Oh my God, Banana!
Can we kind of do the promotion of everyone as well?
Oh yes, absolutely.
So like, hi, I'm Neko Diva. I'm variety and I play and animate a lewd gay gothic cat girl on the internet. I am a lewd gay gothic cat girl in real life. I basically, you can find my socials at nekodiva.com. I stream at neko_diva on Twitch, and also I am raising money for charity this month. I'm raising money for the Kaleidoscope Trust, who are trying to undo the damage done by the British Commonwealth regards to gay rights throughout the Commonwealth. So yes, so undoing British Empire stuff is always a good thing. So yeah.
Also, for if anybody wants to find like their other social media presences, most of the people that have taken part also have a Blue Sky. So if you check my card, you can find my Blue Sky. I did make a post that tagged everybody that does have a Blue Sky in that post as well. So that's also a great place where you to find other locations for some of us.
Also, I should probably add if you want IRL me, it's cuterwithcatias.com is the URL for that one.
Yes. And then
So that includes my Insta, which basically has actual me on it. Because I am fine with because Necrodiva and my actual thing are very much intertwined.
That's very true.
My VTube, that's why my kind of model looks like me.
You're so pretty.
Because you're a hot redhead. I mean, imagine not being weak to redheads. Shut the fuck up, Ursa. Don't you dare open up with any of that self-deppy bullshit. You are gorgeous. Shut up.
I actually just turned my hair back red again.
Redheads.
I've been
oh
now
God,
for 8
redheads.
years.
Redheads are so good. Oh, I'm such a sucker for a femme with red hair. That should have told me I was bisexual way earlier. Without that lesbian phase. Anyway, let's see. Let me go ahead and pull up.
Yeah, you can find Fractor at Fractabellum. They are Gubu, they are very nice, and they kind of are Chaos Goblin. I don't know the other URLs. I think it's fractabellum.com. I think they said they have.
Yes, they have a Blue Sky as well. They are a goober. They are such a fucking goober. Hi, Ben. Welcome back.
Sorry, my iPhone set on fire.
What?
Oh,
did it actually set on fire?
Not literally, but
okay.
It just went. Your iPhone is too hot. Turn off.
Yeah. Please turn it off before you get a spicy pillow.
Can I ask? Is that why? Is that also another form of like bi-erasure in nature, where we're too hot, so we just turn off and space out? Is that why so many bi people have ADHD?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair. That sounded legit. So
I thought it was because we're too poor to even pay attention.
That's also true. That's also very, very true. So There's a lot of really great people on. But I know I rated them not too long ago, but I think we're gonna go see Cat. Which speaking of which, I believe God know, and like if I hadn't said it in chat, God knows I'm aware that Demi has a special has a loving interest in femboys. So we're actually going to go raid a femboy, who is also actually going to be joining me for my third and final Pride Talk of this series this coming weekend on Saturday for Ace and Ace Spec identities and experiences. We're gonna go raid Cat, and Cat is super fun, and they are also a prime example of Ace. I don't know. This is a pretty horny, degenerate space you got here. So,
yeah, they're Ace.
It's okay. I am used to kind of invading with horniness and smut.
That's so fair. And then here are the raid calls again. So if you need them, make sure you grab them. Let me go ahead and put in.
I am following you.
I like the phrase "horny in theory, not in practice."
Yes. Also, very wholesome degenerate is also a great one.
Yeah, I'm very much.
Which can work for ace
wholesome
and non-ace
degenerate.
people as well.
I'm only auditing the horny class.
Oh, I'm gonna use that one. I'm stealing that now. So we're gonna go see Gilp. Gilp is I believe they're a white Bengal tiger, if I recall their actual description. They are super sweet, super fun. And
Look fantastic in a skirt.
Yeah. Oh yes, and their lore says, their official lore is that they do not have panties. Which is also really funny for an ace bean. So we're gonna go see Gilp, and it looks like right now they're playing Power World. They do a lot of variety. They've done Boyfriend Dungeon. They've done Star Wars games. They've done. They're horrifyingly terrified of playing Subnautica that they've been bullied into doing. So be safe, be gay, do crime. We will be doing our last Pride Talk this coming Saturday on the 28th. Same time, 1 p.m.